church's birth. From Jerusalem streets, a flame ignites in the hearts of men. Peter's voice bold, unbroken, preaching the word again and again. From Pentecost, the Spirit descends, a torrent of power to loose and bind. The lame shall walk, the blind shall see, the light of Christ for all mankind. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The orthodox succeed to heretics' demise. The truth of the word continues to rise. The Arians rise with corrupted creed, denying the sun, sowing bad seed. Homoousios, the banner unfurled. Alexander Athanasius, teach the world. Eunomios, Macedonius, dimmed by doubt. Constantinople cast all of them out. The Cappadocians rose to fight. Trinity, 3 and 1, let there be light. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The orthodox succeed to heretics' demise. The truth of the word continues to rise. Nestorius seeks to divide the Lord, but Cyril stands with strength restored. One person of Christ, Theotokos crowned, the voice of truth shall resound. To nature's divine and man in Christ united, the eternal plan. Leo's tone, the faithful cheer, the church stands strong forever clear. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The orthodox succeed to heretics' demise. The truth of the word continues to rise. False teaching sway the unfaithful. Vigilius repents and is grateful. Christ has two wills and two energies, Maximos and Agatho. Eternal memory. Icons raise, the faithful sing, the image of Christ, a holy thing. Honor the saints, the faithful see, John Damascene. Holy Orthodoxy. Through fire and trial, persecution and flame, the Orthodox Church marches on in Jesus' name. Martyrs and fathers, voices of might, defenders of truth, uncreated light. Glory for the righteous, the faithful sail. The gates of Hades will not prevail. Through trials and heresies, triumph over lies. The orthodox succeed to heretics' demise. The truth of the word continues to rise. Rise.
Welcome everybody to the stream. Hello, good evening, my Soarin' Eagles. What's up? Whoa, dude, the comments are bumping already, guys. The stream didn't even start, and I already got a super chat from Adam, $4.99. Eagle, eagle, eagle. Thank you. I think if that's 3 eagles, you're gonna have to give him an eagle caw there. Guys, thank you for tuning in. Idol Killer, what's up, Warren? Good to see you here. Byzantium Man on Twitch, what's up, dude? How you doing? I'm doing great. Yes, we're here to talk about our friend Jay Dyer. Dude, look at that. We got 5 gifted from Pufferfish. Thank you very much, Pufferfish. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for all the support, guys. Just finished up at church. The great compline and canon of St. Andrew will never not be incredible. Yeah, guys, and this is the only time of year that you can hear the great canon, the compline of St. Andrew of Crete. It basically goes from the beginning of the Bible to the end, talking about like deep repentance, and it sees the Bible through this lens of repentance. And it's only the first and last weeks of Lent that you will be able to hear it. So please go worship in your local parishes this week. So yes, today we are covering an informal debate, but a debate nonetheless between Tim and Jay Dyer, our boy. So we're going to break it down. We're going to see if we can learn something from this interaction. I think we can. I think there's plenty of it. So after that, I guess I'll give you guys a little roadmap. I've been going through this book from Father Stephen. This is not a very academically rigorous book. This is written for like the normal person. It shows all the signs of, the fact that Father Stephen is smarter than all of us, is that despite having all that knowledge and all that former academia in his head, he can still write in plain English like a normal human being. He doesn't have to use a different language or a jargon or a different kind of basically different language to be able to convey these ideas to us. And that's, I think, the sign of a good communicator and somebody who's actually synthesized the knowledge, that they can do the work for you and convey it to you in plain speech. But there are two books, I think, that can help us to understand. At least there are 2 portions from 2. There are portions from 2 books that can help us understand this interaction between Tim and Jay. The first one is, I think Jay has recommended this, the Bonjour book on epistemology, which is really helpful. It's a little academic, so if you're just getting into it, this will probably be a really annoying read. It is for me, even. But if you want to learn about epistemology, there is... Where did I put it? The Contours of Christian Philosophy series. This one is probably better if you're lacking, if you don't have all the time in the world. But it's very good. The Bonjour book is it can get a little dense, and you have to take your time reading it, but it's also good. But Jay is always using this term epistemic justification. Like, what does that mean? What is he talking about? Well, there's a section in the Bonjour book here that I think can help us, where after, in epistemology, the elements of knowledge are justified true belief. Justified true belief. Those are the 3 elements that make up knowledge. And Bonjour is going through and he's talking about, like, what does it mean for a belief to be true? Like, what does it mean to have a belief? And here he's asking the question, is it enough that you have a belief that's true? Does that count as knowledge? Does that mean you're knowing something just because you believe something that's true? And the answer is no, because you could be correct on accident. You have to know also how you're correct. Basically, you have to be able to justify your true belief. Because if you have a belief that's true, but you cannot justify it, you don't actually know it. You're just kind of right by accident, which can happen, right? And then you get into like the Gettier problem and other things, right, in epistemology. But I think this section here can help. He says, what more then is needed for knowledge than a true belief? Perhaps a very highly confident one. The answer offered by the traditional conception of knowledge is that one further ingredient is needed, a sufficiently strong reason or justification for thinking that the claim in question is true. Here, the last part of the specification is essential. His language is like very, like, I'm telling you, philosophers are horrendous writers. They're really, really bad writers. So I guess I'll skip to the end here, but he says that you basically have to have a reason, and this reason for what you believe, and this reason for the methodology that you're using, which is what Jay tends to use epistemology for. That is referred to, he says, such a reason or justification is standardly referred to as an epistemic reason or as epistemic justification. Right, so we're talking about like the reasons that somebody has to believe something or to even pursue belief in a certain way. And I think that's where Jay's critiques are like most devastating, is when he goes to methodology and it's like, wait, hold on a minute. Tim, you believe all these things, but you don't actually have a good reason to believe them. So your system like doesn't work. Guys, no way. Oh, Phoenix Ear just gifted 50 memberships. So Phoenix Ear. Dude, thank you so much. Based. I don't even need to set a goal anymore. Goal hit. Wow. W Phoenix Ears in the chat. W Phoenix Ears. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that. Phoenix Ear, you are the man. Let's go, dude. Thank you, guys. All the support that I get on the channel, it really does mean a lot. Like, everybody works hard for their money, right? I appreciate that. So when you guys, I do not take it lightly. Every single donation does mean a lot. So yeah, if you cannot, not everybody can support the stream from their wallet. Not everybody can support the channel from their wallet. Those that do, I'm extremely thankful and grateful. But for those who cannot, and you still want to support the stream, you can subscribe to the channel, share the stream, like the stream, leave a comment on the stream. I'd appreciate that. And guys, we are almost at 10K subscribers on the channel. What am I at right now? 9.99K subscribers. What if I just keep streaming until I pass 10K? Not going to end the stream until I get 10K. You're the man, Alex. Got to support our content creator brothers. Dude, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do not take it lightly. Everybody works hard for their money. I appreciate it. I know. I don't take it lightly. Soar into 10K. Bro, yes. Yeah, I'm not ending the stream until I get to 10K, guys. Not ending it. Dude, I got to 10K. Guys. I didn't even see that. Guys, thank you very much. Wow, dude, we are making all kinds of gains on the channel, guys. All kinds of gains. Warren, you're hilarious, dude. Yeah, thank you. I did see this, that the Timcast, I don't know if it's Tim himself or whatever, some employee that he has, but they're pretty strict about sharing it. But I'm just going to go to Jay's channel. I'm going to stream Jay's version of it because he put one up too. Guys, pufferfish. You guys are crazy. Thank you. We better not get into another gifted war. I remember, who was that one time? It was I think it was Phoenix Ear and Compendium or someone. You guys were going at it that day. That was crazy. Guys, thank you so much. W Pufferfish in the chat. Guys! Phoenix Ear, another 50. Gonna do the gong for that one. Guys, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all can give, dude, for real. Like, people got their tax returns that are giving this out. Guys, remember, just if you can. If you can't, not everybody can. You know, although I appreciate it. I do. I appreciate it so much. Somebody found someone else's credit card. I hope not. I hope not. Guys, all of it goes back into the channel. You know, all of it goes back into books. It goes into reading. Y'all all better be members now. Guys, this 10K stream. So we have 155 gifted in the stream. Guys, thank you so much. Stimmy checks. Yo, that was actually a crazy time. Can you believe that? Yeah. If they did, would you represent them in court, Alex? It's too much. Guys, another 10 gifted. 10 gifted from Deacon Speaks. Thank you, Deacon Speaks. Remember Christian Mario used to do the gong all the time? Christian Mario is on a hiatus, but I think he's back. I think he might be back. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to do some more members only stuff now. 6-hour stream of just donations. Dude, could you imagine? I probably wouldn't, my adrenals would be they'd be cooked. But anyway, so that's the first thing. The next book that I think is helpful is obviously Father Seraphim Rose. His essay on nihilism is very, very good. It's basically a critique of Nietzsche. There's a Nietzsche quote where he talks about how there is no truth, there is no absolute state of affairs, no thing in itself, right? And notice this contradicts exactly what God says about himself in Exodus, that he is the existing one. I am that I am. Dude, we got the whole chat. Guys, thank you for helping out. One gifted from Average Redhead, one gifted from Gorilla Biscuits. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the support. So he's talking about Friedrich Nietzsche, and he says, there is no truth, there is no absolute state of affairs, no thing in itself. This alone is nihilism, and of the most extreme kind. That's the Nietzsche quote. And he goes to talk about how, yeah, this is the inevitable result of Enlightenment philosophy, like I was talking about with John Heers towards the end of our interview that I posted. It's the end result of modernism. Talks about how each worldview has certain first principles. And he says whether the first principles of the scientific faith, it is therefore a legitimate and indeed unavoidable question whether the first principles of the scientific faith, for example, the coherence and uniformity of nature, the transsubjectivity of human knowledge, the adequacy of reason to draw conclusions from observation, that those are founded in absolute truth. If those first principles are not founded in absolute truth, they can be no more than unverifiable probabilities, which notice what Tim said in that debate where he was talking about probabilities. This is a known critique of that worldview. So this critique that Father Seraphim Rose is making of like scientism, which you see that Tim takes like a very similar approach to that in his discussion with Jay. It's like a very empirical scientific approach where he wants to talk about, the origin of man and like evolution. Unless these presuppositions, these axioms, these first principles, unless they are founded in absolute truth, they are no more than just probabilities. So I think Jay taking an epistemic angle, that's like a devastating entry-level critique. Guys, thank you so much again for the gifted memberships. We got another gifted from Deacon Speaks again. Thank you very much. You got $2 from Average Redhead. Got to get the memberships to 10K now. Yeah, then I'll be doing exclusively members content if that were the case. Yeah, the memberships go so far in helping the channel. For real. They do. So I appreciate that, guys, very, very much. What a way to start. You guys are so generous tonight. Thank you. He kept defaulting to is, ought, LMAO, no philosophical knowledge at all. I mean, did you see how Tim was reacting? Like, I think Jay needed to simplify the language a little bit there so that Tim could catch on. But let's get to the debate. We can do like a play-by-play on this. How much am I missing by not being a member? Well, I have a few members-only videos on the channel, and I'm going to be doing a lot more members-only content coming up because you guys are so good at it. Basically, I give like inside scoops to like debate strategies and debate prep. I'll talk about like books that I'm going through. But I have to do more of those members-only streams, man. It's hard to get everything out there at once, and then also, you know, represent people in court. So, another membership from Average Redhead. Thank you very much. Deacon Speaks, $5. He says, the only YouTuber I've ever bought a membership for, because we need you in the apologetic sphere. We got to help Alex retire from law. Guys, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would love to do like full-time ministry stuff. I mean, that would be like living the dream. For real. And like, you know, each super chat, each membership is helping me get there. I do not take it lightly. I appreciate it very much. That's why I win all of my formal debates. Okay. Let's get to this breakdown here. You know what, guys? I don't know if Jay is in the chat. I'm gonna send him an invite. Send it to him on X. Send him the link. Okay, so if Jay's available, then he'll hop in. Congrats on 10K subs. This is, dude, I've been streaming for like, what, 23 minutes? 5 minutes for the song, and I mean, this is already crazy. Like, I'm already about to lean back out of my chair. I'm just going to fall out of my chair here. So now it's time to give you guys some content because you guys have very thoroughly supported this stream and the next few streams. So, yes, 10K. Huge stream. Thank you, guys.
Out of the UK, Bernard Lewis, who is the father of Samuel Huntington, who wrote books that influenced the Bush administration. So the Bush, Cheney, those are like sort of the arch neocons, but it's actually out of the UK from Bernard Lewis. And then they are also influenced by Leo Strauss, who was influenced by Hitler. But they also have an influence.
What's that? The guy that made jeans?
Strauss. No.
Joke. Levi Strauss.
Leo Strauss. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think this part was like just small talk. This is leading up to like their first disagreement.
It's a joke. It was a dungaree joke.
Jeans were made actually, I think, originally for communist purposes.
No.
The suits were actually.
Blue jeans was like American. It was like mining and.
Well, they wanted to have a standard for like in a company town, like everybody had the same outfit. So I'm not saying they make profit.
That's actually pretty crazy that like this like big conglomerate company is going to go and like start their own town, and then not only that, give everybody the same uniform through denim, right? I think like this is their lead into the first disagreement here was the nature of company towns.
I'm just saying, like a company town, you could say it's
Levi Strauss invented blue jeans, and it was in the United States. Denim work pants,
but it was made by
in San Francisco.
Company town.
We made everything. What are you kidding me?
You mean in the U.S. it was like company towns?
Like a company town is not really a capitalist institution. Like they make money, but like you have to buy everything from the company town.
Which I think is correct, depending on how you're talking about capitalist institution, right? Like in the sense that Tim would talk about capitalist, he probably, and I think Jay is, I would think the exact same thing, that he would not see a company town as a capitalist institution. And with all this talk about company towns, like I think I know what a company town is, right? Like I've seen enough period pieces with my wife that I think I have a good idea of what a company town is, but usually that's not enough, guys. So, you know, the best place to go for the basics on when you're not sure about something is to go to Wikipedia. Because that will not make you an expert by any means, but at least you can understand some basic things. So I pulled up Company Town on Wikipedia so we can learn together a little bit about a company town. Company Town is a place where all or most of the stores and housing in the town are owned by the same company that is also the main employer. Company towns are often planned with a suite of amenities such as stores, houses of worship, schools, markets, and recreation facilities. Some company towns were established to improve living conditions for workers, but many have been regarded as controlling and or exploitative. Others were not planned, such as Summit Hill, Pennsylvania, one of the oldest, which began as a Lahig coal and navigation company mining camp 9 miles from the nearest outside road. This, so that's like a short introduction, basically confirms what we all thought a company town is. But this I thought was very interesting. This like idea of paternalism, like there's a philosophical idea that goes along with company towns. It's not just like they're trying to keep their workers in one area. There's a philosophy behind this. So paternalism, a subtle form of social engineering, refers to the control of workers by their employers who seek to force middle-class ideals upon their working-class employees. So there's like already a classism type of thing. Now, like, are any of these views Christian? Not really. They're like too wound up in other worldviews to really be Christian worldviews, I think. Many 19th century business people considered paternalism as a moral responsibility or often a religious obligation which would advance society while furthering their business interests. Accordingly, the company town offered a unique opportunity to achieve such ends. Although many prominent examples of company towns portray their founders as capitalists with a conscience, if viewed cynically, the company town was often an economically viable ploy to attract and retain workers. Additionally, for-profit shops within company towns were usually owned by the company, which was unavoidable to its isolated workers, thus resulting in a monopoly for the owners. Here's a key part also, is that although economically successful, company towns sometimes failed politically due to lacking elected officials and municipally owned services. Notice this, because this will be a big thing in the discussion coming up between Tim and Jay, that they fail politically because there's no elected officials, because it's run by a company, and municipally owned services. So who owns the water? The city does. Which is owned by the company. Like, who owns the electricity? The company. Company owns everything. Who owns the sewers? The company. Accordingly, workers, excuse me. Accordingly, workers often had no say in local affairs and therefore felt dictated to. Ultimately, this political climate caused resentment among workers and resulted in many residents losing long-term affection for their towns. And such was the case in Pullman, Chicago, whatever. So the idea is that these company towns, some people like them, but they had big problems, which was like they don't have a democratically elected government. They have no say in how the town is run. It's just the company runs the town. And that also leads to big problems in that the company owns the water. It's not collective ownership of anything. So we'll see how this plays in the debate later. So we're experts on company towns now. Obviously not, but you have to be at least like familiar with the basic issues of what they're talking about. You don't want to go ignorant into one of these discussions.
So
Well, I disagree with that. I mean, if there's a barren wasteland and a company's like, we need to import a bunch of people and there's no industry here, then they have to create means by which people can choose to buy food.
but it's not classical libertarian free market if everybody has to shop at the company town. It might be the
But again, the point is, if no town exists and they build it, they're sure it's like
there's
a commissary.
there's no other
but-
options, right?
Yeah, the idea is that the company town, like if they have a general store, they're not going to let you put your own general store right next to their general store because that's competition for their general store. If you want to start a restaurant and put it right next to their restaurant, they won't let you do that because they want you to buy at their restaurant. Audio delay. Does anybody else have an audio delay? I hope not. What's up, Father Timothy? Glad you're here. No. Okay. A little. No. Maybe just refresh the stream. If you just hit refresh, sometimes that's enough. Okay. Thank you, guys. No audio delay.
Right.
So I wouldn't call it communist.
Well,
It's called monopolistic.
okay, but I mean, if you're a libertarian, monopolistic capitalism isn't classical libertarianism. Also,
Again, so like if
Okay, that was a lot right there that they said in that exchange.
company town, it might be the
but again, the point is if no town exists and they build it, they're sure it's like
there's
a commissary.
there's no other
but-
options, right?
So I wouldn't call it communist.
Well,
It's called monopolistic.
okay, but I mean, if you're a libertarian, monopolistic capitalism isn't classical libertarianism.
Okay, so Jay is saying it's like pretty similar to communism, which I can see that view definitely, because so you look at every single communist society around today, you have like one dictator. They tell you what you can and cannot do. They're calling all the shots. So all you have to do is remove the dictator, replace it with the company. You basically have the same system. And then Tim is saying, well, it's not exactly the same. What the heck? Somebody at my door. Pull up my doorbell app. Guys, give me like literally 1 minute. I will be right back. I am very sorry.
Rising flames of heaven, thunder shakes the earth. Voices of the martyrs call. The dawn of the church is birth. From Jerusalem streets, a flame ignites in the hearts of men. Peter's voice bold,
Okay.
unbroken, preaching the word.
Sorry, guys. I have my neighbor. So he's the best neighbor. He's Hungarian. He's like older. He's retired, I think in his 70s, maybe in his 80s. I don't know. But very cool. Every now and then he'll just like stop by unannounced to just drop off like sausage, like Hungarian sausage, like Hungarian baked goods, Hungarian chocolates. And he's great. So I had to go answer the door for him. I couldn't not answer the door for him there. But yeah. So thank you very much, guys. Where did I leave off? Kind of W neighbor. Yeah. I gotta for sure. I had to answer the door for him. I couldn't just like ignore him for sure. Cause he's great. So yes, this is where I left off. It is communism. The workers got paid, but that money was only good in that company town. Yeah, that's a good point. I think there is some history of that where they wouldn't even get paid with like actual real legal tender. So that money was only good in that company town. It was used in the company store. The company required specific uniforms that could only be purchased ... in the company store. Yeah, for sure. Old Balkans are the best. They make great neighbors for sure. So yeah, I know. So I'm not gonna eat the sausage, but yeah, no animal products. So it's gonna have to sit there. Yeah, it was company dollars. Yeah, thank you guys. Basically Robux. Like kind of useless money. So I think Jay is absolutely correct in making that comparison. So, and then I think his response here, when Tim objects to using the word communist, he's like, call it communist, call it capitalist. So what? Neither way of looking at it fits up with your view. which is classical liberalism.
Also,
again, so like if I personally have a private piece of land and I hire a bunch of people and they're like, hey, there's no restaurants anywhere, what do we eat? And I go, all right, I guess I'll have the crew come and open up a restaurant, but you got to pay for the food. Is that communism?
I mean, again, monopoly capitalism isn't really.
But hold on, this is
capitalism.
not.
So again, Jay is saying like it doesn't really matter what you call it. That's not what you believe, Tim. And I think Jay is right for calling that out. And I think Jay is like, holding himself perfectly here. Like at the end of the day, it is Tim's show. You don't want to make somebody like look too bad on their own show. You don't want to make them look like they don't know what they're talking about on their own show. So I think Jay is spot on the money here with also how he's holding himself. Like at the end of the day, he wants to be invited back to Timcast. It's a large platform, right? So, by challenging Tim a little bit, but not like really twisting the knife, I think he's holding himself perfectly here.
It's not an issue of there's no competition. Like it's an issue.
There is no.
No. I mean, it's an issue of there's no competition, not forcing people to do anything. So is the alternative? I just go, you know what, guys, I'm going to open a restaurant where only I get to eat. You're actually not allowed to eat it because I don't want to be a communist.
Right, but this is the same argument as to why people would own like an entire water supply. Right. So if you privatize water, then no one has a right to the water.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm saying there's
a company town could own the water.
Indeed. What right do you have to take it? That's communist.
It's not communist to have
hold on, let me ask you
public municipalities.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So he's saying to have like, I don't know why Tim reacted so much to that, but I think it's because like Tim is going through this in his head and he's like, if I own this piece of land and then I hired a bunch of people to work this land and then I gave them a restaurant, I gave them this, I gave them that. I think Jay is saying that eventually, if you're going to build a civilization, a society out of that, it's going to get big enough to where you do need to actually have like municipal services and municipal amenities, right? Which is, I think, pretty obvious, right? Communism just replaces the corporations with the government in a monopoly economic system. Yeah, it's. I think that's what Jay is getting at too, is that it's a bit of a horseshoe. Excuse me.
It's not.
I own a swath of land.
Right.
And I invite you to come work on it.
Right.
I have to now relinquish my right to the water body and my property?
No, I'm saying if you're going to create a society or civilization and if you own the entirety of
we're talking about
water
company
supply,
towns. We're talking about company towns.
That's the beginning of a civilization, right? It's no different.
Right. So the point you're bringing up is that if I own, let's say 100 acres and I have a grain mill on it, and then I can't produce that much. So a handful of people are like, howdy, good sir. We could increase the output of the grain if you let us come. And I say, all right, you know what? I'll pay you guys a share of the grain that you mill. Thank you for voluntarily coming and offering this service. They then say, there's nowhere to eat for miles. And I go, well.
Tim yaps a lot in this one, by the way. He likes to string these like narratives. He thinks it shows like some mastery of the material or something. I think that's generally how empiricists think too. They think that, hey, look, if I can string this together in a narrative, then like, look how beautifully it works. Like everybody should believe it. He's talking about feudalism. Yeah, basically. It's basically feudalism. That's right. That he is a lord and everything he bestows upon these workers of his land is some like privilege.
Well, unfortunately, if I were to create something by which you could purchase food, that would be communism. So no.
It's not communism.
So then if I as the landowner.
Wait, hold on. To create a restaurant would be communism?
Thank you for voluntarily coming and offering this service. They then say, there's nowhere to eat for miles. And I go, well, unfortunately, if I were to create something by which you could purchase food, that would be communism. So no.
So later, Tim complains that Jay is straw manning his arguments. That was a pretty vicious straw man there. Let's say that offering a restaurant is communism. I think, look, Tim's objection was that Jay is saying, look, if we're going to be realistic, eventually, if you're going to have a society that works, you need some like governmental oversight of all these amenities, like whether it's a monarchy or a democracy or something. Tim calls that communism. And then he tries to reframe Jay's argument by saying that creating a restaurant is communism. It's just a hasty generalization fallacy.
It's not communism.
So then if I as the landowner and the company owner then say, I will open a restaurant on the property for you from which you can purchase goods, that's the beginning of communism.
So, but you're describing a situation of a small microcosm where there's no competition.
Like a company town.
Right. Where there's no competition.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't capitalism require competition?
And who's stopping people from opening a restaurant across the street?
Well, you would if you...
The company, dude. The company absolutely would stop the people from opening a restaurant from down the street. That's Jay's first point, which is that basically all you have to do is replace the company with a communist dictator or the state, the people, they like to say. There you go. There's your communist dictatorship. Like, and Jay was really patient here. It was good. That's exactly, I think, how like when he was on debating Tim Gordon, and dude, I feel so bad because I don't remember the Anglican Catholic. I don't remember his name, but yeah, obviously Jay was a lot more on the offense attack on that one because that was a formal debate. This is like an informal discussion on Tim's own show. So I think, yeah, how he's holding himself is perfect. It's a perfect balance. I was waiting for Jay to start yelling. I mean, yeah. I mean, there are different contexts. And it's not like you guys talk about yelling like it's a bad thing. Like if you're cross-examining somebody, you have to control them. Sometimes that means raising your voice. And like, excuse me, Mr. Smith, I asked you this. Sometimes it means that. Sometimes if you have a witness that's like very, very hard to control, you let them go on for like 3-4 minutes. Because in a courtroom, there's no time limits really to cross-examination. And then once you demonstrate to the jury or the listeners that they've rambled on and haven't answered your question, then you just kind of like with a small voice say, look, Mr. Smith, that was a very nice story. However, I'm going to have to ask you to answer my question. I understand it may be uncomfortable for you, but we're going to have to go back to the question that I actually asked you. And sometimes that's more effective, right? But in online spaces like this, where you have a timed cross-examination, it's just more effective to cut. You can tell within the first few words whether somebody's going to answer your question or not. So when you have a timed cross-examination, you do have to cut them off and talk over them a little bit and be like, look, I see that you're not going to answer this question. You got to go back to the question that I'm asking you. Please answer this. Yes or no. Right. Jay only yells when the other person either refuses to answer or fallaciously argue or to go in circles. I mean, I think he uses it. I think he raises his voice where it's necessary. Your Honor, permission to treat this man as a hostile witness. The thing is, some witnesses are just hostile. Like if they're not your witness, you guys know what that means, by the way? When it's your own witness, you cannot ask them leading questions. So when you ask the judge for permission to treat a witness as hostile, you're saying, like, Judge, I know this is my own witness, but I just want to cut to the chase. Permission to treat the witness as hostile. Then you can ask leading questions. When has Jay ever yelled, raised his voice when the other person was charitably arguing? Yeah, exactly. You have to control the questioning. Sometimes that means raising your voice. It's a valid way of controlling a cross-examination. Lawyers use this. Sometimes you're just caught up in the ridiculousness of what they're saying, right?
If you have a company,
no. If I own property, and
you said
say,
monopoly capitalism, you would be then stopping the competition in a monopoly capitalist situation.
No. We're talking about a company town, right?
Mm-hmm.
Privately owned property.
Right.
So
Tim likes to do this thing where he like constantly zooms out when he starts to get pinned on something. So he's like, no. Alex, do more members only streams where you teach us how to sue people. I'm not going to teach you guys that, but I'll teach you our tricks. I can do that. I can teach you our tricks. Yeah, this is something Tim likes to do. Is when he senses he's about to get pinned on something, he's like, no. And then he zooms out. The interview with John Heers was fantastic. Thank you. I think he is a very accomplished guy. Clearly somebody that we should try to emulate, because he's actually doing things, right? He's not just over here thinking up abstractions in his mind. He's literally going out there and doing things. He's helping people around the world. He's teaching them about orthodoxy. It's important stuff.
Do they have to relinquish their water rights?
If it grows to a certain size where you begin to have competition,
That's literally communism.
No, it's not.
Seizing the assets from the private landowners.
No, I'm
literally going to a guy who owned land and says, "There's too many people here now, so your water is ours." That's communism.
Sounds like communism to me, Jay.
If you grow to where you have a society that requires competition,
Then the people can seize your assets. Agreed. We're communists.
if there's but first of all, by the way,
It's communism anyway, because one person owns all the assets already, the company, right? So I think Tim is arguing himself into a bit of a circle here, because you already have the company owns everything. It's already a communist system. People mischaracterize Jay. They see him yell in context where it's warranted. He's consistently very patient with learning people or people with good dispositions. Honestly, I feel like Jay in formal debates is probably better behaved than I am. Well, that might be controversial, but like, watch his formal debate with Trent. Watch his dialogue with Redeem Zoomer. He was extremely polite that entire time. I feel like in my formal debate with Yassi and with Aaron, I was probably a bit more abrasive than Jay is in his formal debates. Now, his call-in show, you guys got to recognize that's a little different. That's edutainment. So that is a little bit different. Somebody calls in, says stupid things. You're going to get called out on your dumb things. And then when they refuse to acknowledge that they said something dumb, then they're going to get called out for refusing to acknowledge that they said something dumb. So company towns share communist principles. It's not a communist state, but a microcosm in a representative republic. Tim missed this. Yeah. Like at the end of the day, he's still arguing for a little communist microcosm, right? Somehow Tim's argument gets worse as this goes on. Yeah. That's literally communism. I should own everything. That's what he's arguing for. He doesn't see like the self-defeating nature of this. And I think part of that is why Jay is smirking here, because he sees how ridiculous this is. And I think he also just has fun debating. He looks like he's having fun. So thank you guys.
Wait, Marx was a libertarian, so it gets really.
Well, we're not talking about. I don't care about Marx.
Marx was a libertarian.
Well, you're accusing me of communism, then that.
No. I'm not accusing you. I'm arguing
that the argument is communist.
If your argument is private land ownership is void upon excess population, that's literally a function of communism. That's what the Venezuelans did.
What you're describing is literally just communism itself. A company town is essentially this.
Ta-da! But somehow this goes right over Tim's head. You are just describing communism itself. I think Jay was so patient due to the reach Tim has and the potential to reach a larger audience. Totally understandable. Yeah, and it's Tim's show. You don't want to make somebody look stupid on their own show.
Same as a communist setup. That's
it is not.
It is identical.
It's completely not.
I don't know. It's not.
So the people own the land
In a company town?
in a company town. The people are the people. The people.
Not the people don't own the land, but what Jay is saying is, again, when you compare this to other communist systems, all you have to do is take out the dictator, put in the company, bada bing, bada boom. Dunning-Kruger is painful to watch sometimes. I mean, it's a good example for all of us because you can memorize a lot of facts by rote and be able to recall them all, but unless you can synthesize them and understand them really, like what's the difference between you and an encyclopedia? That's why I think people like, yeah, obviously Jay, but like I've seen this in Father Dr. Stephen, obviously, in Ubi Petrus, Barrel-Aged Faith, Cassian. They are very good at not just like knowing a bunch of facts by memorization, But actually synthesizing this material and understanding it, being able to integrate it, like those are some smart guys right there, especially Cassian and Ubi. People underestimate how smart those guys are.
People have if we're talking about the structures of communism by which there is a private committee, and there's two ways we can look at it. Your argument seems to fuse together both the authoritarian dictatorship components and the economic.
That's monopoly capitalism. That's what you're arguing
If
for.
the argument is people can voluntarily choose to come and work for a company, but there is no competition because there's no market reason for it, it's not communism. It's just a monopoly. But there's no oppression, and it doesn't matter because you can always choose.
There's no oppression in a company town. I think sometimes, no offense to him, but like because he like has this big company and a lot of employees, people don't really tell him, "Hey boss, Tim, Mr. Poole, what you just said was not smart. That was very stupid what you just said." And I think people probably haven't given him enough heat lately. But I would qualify that as a blunder.
It's not communism. It's just a monopoly. But there's no oppression, and it.
Think about this, like, remember, the way I think about these exchanges is like, how does this look in a transcript? Like, it's not communism. It's just a monopoly, and there's no oppression. Dude, I would quote that, put that like in a brief, like I would give it its own page in 42-point font. I would give it its own page. I can't believe he just said that. What a blunder.
Doesn't matter because you can always choose to leave.
You can always choose to leave if you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Why did you go there?
In the West. And then like
again, bro, I got to tell you, if the argument is I have no choice in my circumstances, therefore I should get public rights, it's literally
that's not what I said.
This guy's a communist.
So then leave, right? Why can't you
Well,
leave?
you can say that, but in a company town, especially like in situations when in the 1800s company towns are being set up, you didn't have the ability to just leave. Right?
Why not?
Well,
They're holding you at gunpoint.
I mean, well, if you're under a contract, you might have to be there.
Why did you sign the contract?
Well, again,
is it communism to voluntarily enter into an agreement with a company?
Yeah, but
the problem is a lot of those were not voluntary. And that's why you have labor unions. That's the whole point that they arose in the first place. Tim is arguing for company towns. This is wild. He is arguing for company towns. Yes. If you just look back at history, this is part of the reason why you have the rise of labor unions, because those contracts were not freely entered into. These people didn't even understand the contracts, and they didn't realize that, circumstances changed. They wanted to leave. They couldn't. Nor could they afford a lawyer because they were being paid in Robux. Tim sold his soul to the company town. They think caring for workers in any sense is communism. Yeah.
But you can call it voluntary. Even there's situations where something can be voluntary that you're actually locked into, right? I mean, you
chose to enter into a contract.
If Amazon owns an entire area and it's the only place to work, then to say, well, you can move and you can do that.
Can.
Yeah. But it's still a form of wage slavery, right? You don't think there's such thing as wage
no, I don't.
Slavery?
I think that's commie talk.
Well,
I think this is quite literally the arguments of Chavez and the arguments of Bernie Sanders. And my point that I often bring up to these leftists.
I don't think Chavez and Bernie Sanders are making transcendental arguments, but I mean, Tim just says a lot quickly and he gets away with a lot. I think that's why he doesn't get called out on like the stupidity of some of the things he says. Like, company towns are not oppressive. He said they're not oppressive. Like, literally, guys, remember, we just read the Wikipedia page on company towns. Like, you don't need to be an expert on this. You just need to know like the basic entry-level facts on company towns, and you'll realize it's like in the first few sentences that it says they were criticized as exploitative, right? Yeah, some company towns were established to improve living conditions, but many have been regarded as controlling and or exploitative. It's just like the basic entry-level knowledge about company towns. Tim's too focused on land ownership since it's privately owned. It can't be communism. Yeah, that's what's messing him up. He's like, but there's private land ownership. I can do whatever I want on my private land. It's like, well, can you have slaves? It's not like your mini country when you have private land. At least in the States, that's not how it works in America. If he didn't come with so much aggression, the debate would have been more productive. I don't think it was meant to be productive. I think perhaps Tim just wanted some fireworks on his channel. Yeah, it was like Tim thought he had to disagree on something and made a ridiculous position. Yeah, that's the vibe I'm also kind of getting. He just wanted to debate Jay Dyer.
This is what's stopping you from just being a vagrant on federal land?
The
objection relevance.
There's no difference.
You want from my system without input. And that is the component of the left that I disagree with.
No, your argument is a leftist argument, actually.
That people should have to work.
Jay is like struggling to be like, you not see this is the same thing as a communist system. This is the same thing as China. You just replace. Well, actually, aren't they owned technically by like a corporation or something? Dude, we got a ton of super chats tonight. Thank you guys. Let's go through a little bit more and then I'll get to the super chats like midway through here. How about that?
Classical liberalism is a leftist position. You argue classical liberalism. That's a leftist position.
I'm arguing for merit-based capitalism is leftist.
Yes. Classical liberalism out of the Enlightenment.
That is incorrect.
No, out of the Enlightenment.
Okay, this is a big problem for Tim because Jay is like, I don't think he's an expert on the Enlightenment, but he's probably like as close as you can get to that without actually being it. I know he took like specific courses on the Enlightenment or on the French Revolution in particular. Like he knows this set of facts like very, very well. This is not going to be good for Tim if they talk about the French Revolution.
The origin of the left is the left aisle in the French Revolution, referring to those who wanted a socialist, anti-monarchist, and the right wanted a top-down monarchist system. Okay, so your argument...
Not in the French Revolution, no.
It was the French Revolution. It was the left and the right.
The French Revolution wanted a constitutional monarchy on the right, and they wanted private property on the right. The leftists wanted communism.
Indeed.
In the French
when we say left and right in an economic sense, it refers to left meaning communal, right meaning...
This is like when your normie right-wing friends who are like libertarians, classical liberals, they realize that their view is actually leftist. And that like the right-wing guys, like, real right-wing politics is like monarchy.
But that's
closer to laissez-faire.
That's classical liberalism, which is against the traditional position of church and state.
Tim, this is the argument that Carl makes about liberalism now.
What's the argument?
Carl?
That Sargon of Akkad. This is I'm only saying that they're similar. That liberalism is actually a creation of the left, and that the ultimate form.
But I am not advocating for, in this circumstance, classical liberalism. I'm advocating for private rights.
Yeah.
Doesn't that entail his entire worldview? Where do you get private rights from? Isn't Andrew Wilson all about this? It's like Tim forgot he's not an expert on everything and isn't expected to be. That's an excellent point. I agree.
Yeah, but the only point that I'm making is that his perspective is similar to Carl's perspective. You remember?
Sure, but that's immaterial to the argument being made.
It's not, because what you're saying that you're a socialist, you're a Marxist, but what I'm arguing would be the same as any medieval village philosophy, and they weren't Marxists or socialists back in the middle.
Yeah, that's what Jay is saying. Like, my view is actually more traditional and more right-wing than yours. He's saying your view is actually leftist, right? And that's the thing, is that people that are unaware of like pre-modern philosophy or pre-modern views, this is why I think orthodoxy is like the cure to everything, because it's true. It's the way to God, but it's also like the only pre-modern philosophy left. Everything else has been really affected by the Enlightenment. Maybe there's like some really far Eastern, like, I don't know, Buddhist thing. I don't know. At the very least, like, The West doesn't really know how to interact with these pre-modern worldviews.
Ages. Like if you went to a French village in the 1100s.
You're okay. Again, if the core of your argument is there's a private landowner, 20 years later, there's now 300 people working in this land.
Mm-hmm.
We now transfer the private rights from the landowner to a communal function.
Again, it's complex when you have something like the total ownership of something like a water supply, right?
Yep.
So when you have people that need that, that's different than a situation where Nestle's trying to buy an entire country's like private water supply.
So again, the issue is company towns. I have 100 acres. I own the body of water on that land.
Mm-hmm.
I invite a bunch of people to work. They say, I'll work here. I need a place to stay. I say, I'll build you a house. They say, where do I get food? I'll build a store. And they say, we need water. I say, I'll set up a water pump for you. That's communism.
Well, let's go to the rights.
Well, it is because he's a dictator who's doing nice things. It's the same way as China operates. Might not be a good water source, might not be a good restaurant because, like Jay pointed out, there's no competition. Jay being a sweetheart, and Tim talks too much. I mean, it's his show. Whatever. I do think that there's something to be learned there. That the more Tim talks, the more he's giving Jay to work with. Right? You have to be careful when you talk in a debate like this because every single thing that Tim says, Jay's evaluating it, and he probably sees a bunch of angles to attack what he says. So you have to be careful, and you have to be very specific in what you say.
Because you're arguing that you have this right as a company owner, and I would agree. But on what basis do you have those rights? Because classical liberalism lost this whole argument when it came.
I don't know why you're bringing up classical liberalism. It's not.
That's your position.
Because it's his view. All of these arguments that Tim is making stem from classical liberalism, and Tim is under the impression that he can just address all of these things. Hey, why ain't y'all? What's up, Val? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Tim can't understand that these things are not issues that you can take piecemeal. They have to fit within a system. And you'll see throughout the debate, this is something that Tim struggles to get on the same page as Jay on, is that Tim is he's looking at things as if like, I can pull from this system, I can pull from this one, I can pull from this one, and I can like put it together into some Frankenstein worldview where I can just make my own worldview. I don't need to have any commitments. And Jay is pointing out that doesn't actually work.
No, it isn't. You're
not aware of that, but it is your position.
No, you're throwing a blanket to encompass one point and combine it with a bunch of other points.
I think that made him mad when Jay said you're not aware of it, but that is your position. Because now he's like, his face and his tone of voice kind of changed.
Because your arguments come out of that ethos, whether you know it or not. They're classical liberal arguments.
And you can have varying ideologies, mix and match. Let's make an argument on what I actually just said.
What's the basis for the rights?
The basis for the right to own private property.
So this is a problem because Tim kind of doubled down on this. He said, I'm not arguing from classical liberalism. I'm arguing for private rights. Jay's saying, well, where do those come from? Like your whole system is premised on this fan is blowing right in my face. Your whole system is premised on these rights. Where even do they come from?
Well, now we're
your ethos.
So I argue that the rights of man are derived from the will or the duties God bestows upon man. The requirements that we have from God, which is be fruitful and multiply, requires a handful of things for which we recognize in the United States that we allow other people to do, fully recognizing that other groups have different ideas of what rights are. So I would argue rights are we need to be able to communicate, we need to be able to protect ourselves, and we need to be secure in our possessions. These are principal rights that we struggle to survive without. As the basis of this is look at communism in general in the Soviet Union. And when you don't have property rights, congratulations, look what happens. When you have mass monopolization and oligopoly, you get something similar. So in a simple sense, certainly it is my moral worldview and faith-based structures that define what I think someone has an inherent claim to.
Why is he psychological reporting? I believe that it's this, and that. Like, we know what you believe. The question is, why should we believe that? Why ought we believe that? It's just psychological reporting.
Progressives think you have an inherent claim to someone else's labor, which I would describe as slavery. So When it comes to the idea of private land ownership, the argument is fully understanding population expansion can come to a point where some people will never own land. But the idea is I need to be secure in my possessions to know and prepare for harsh winters, for instability, so that I can survive, so that I can be fruitful, and that I can multiply.
So you appeal to Genesis and God. What God? What principles of?
Yeah. Why do you believe in that? You don't believe in that, do you? I think Jay is right to go there. Let's get to the super chats here. I don't want them to wait too long. I have $2 in the filth. Favorite part is the cool story, bro moment. Yeah. I think that happens a little later on. Incense Addict with the membership. Thank you. Incense Addict. Journey of Abundance, $10. Congrats on the 10K subs. Yeah, thank you. And thank you, all my subscribers and members. Appreciate that. Tim Pool humiliated himself yesterday. Never seen Jay so patient. Thank you for the $40, Mr. Fist. Very generous super chat there. I appreciate that. He did. I think he did humiliate himself when he said that company towns are not oppressive. That's like the basic ignorance on the history of labor relations in America. It's just kind of like an edgy position. Membership from Goolsby Scroggins. Thank you very much. Another 20 gifted from Phoenix here. Guys, he got his paycheck today or something. Thank you very much, Phoenix here. I appreciate that. You are the man. Thank you very much. Boss makes $1. I make a dime. That's why I thank you for the $5. Phoenix here with the 2 months. Thank you for the 2 months. Chat, like the video. Yes, please. Algorithm boost. Te rog frumos. Romanian pretty please. Yes, te rog frumos. That's pretty please, basically. He translated it for you. Another membership from Clash's Pride. Thank you very much, Clash's Pride. Timcast is the male version of of the View. J1. Thank you for the $2. That's a pretty funny comparison. Tim argues like Joy and Whoopi. Yeah, it's like a bit of a Gish Gallop, but like the Gish Gallop isn't good. Like the Gish Gallop is bad. And we got $5 from Clash's Pride. Tim sounds like me when I was in ANCAP, like anarcho-capitalist. Now that I'm separated from that ideology, it's just an insane worldview. Yeah, I'm telling you, once you read the nihilism essay, not you, but I'm saying people in general who tend towards, more political philosophy and like ignore metaphysics, I think you got to read Father Seraphim Rose's nihilism essay. We need to start calling Tim the View. It's funny.
Genesis tell you that.
What are you talking about? I'm not a Christian.
Then
then why are you quoting Genesis? You don't believe it. It's so crazy. It's actually hilarious, dude. Oh, is Marco here? What's up, dude? $40 super chats, beginner stuff for a streamer like me. I mean, you were getting $100 super chats on that debate stream, man. That was wild. Thanks for tuning in, Marco.
How are you going to base this argument for rights in God?
What do you mean?
What God?
My God, my moral worldview.
So it's not a universal principle, it's just subjective?
Well, I think to a lot of people, they have a moral worldview and a philosophical understanding of some things and not others. And I base mine.
What is that? Dude, think about what he just said. He said nothing with the use of many words.
It's in God.
What do you mean?
What God?
My God, my moral worldview.
So it's not a universal principle, it's just subjective?
Well, I think to a lot of people, they have a moral worldview and a philosophical understanding of some things and not others.
Some people have a moral worldview and a philosophical philosophical understanding of some things, not others. What does that even mean? That doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. Like, those words have no meaning. No meaning was conveyed in that sentence.
And I base mine largely on, first, I would argue that perhaps there are greater moral philosophies than the Christian moral structures. We just don't know them yet.
So I don't want to be a Christian because there's something greater, or there could be something greater. I just don't know what it is. That's why I can't be a Christian. Like, that's such a defensive, weak position. Certified word sayer. What's up, good Godfather? Glad to see you in the chat.
I would say historically, based upon what we have seen throughout the world and what we think we know, the Christian moral worldview has been dramatically superior to other moral structures.
Okay, so we made a value judgment. Christianity is superior to other value structures. Also, why do people talk this way? Just say to other value structures? What does that mean? Like, it's just, there's so much jargon, and I feel like a lot of these like newscast people are trained to like try to sound smart by using like certain lingo and terminology, but he's not actually saying anything. Like, value structures, other religions, other worldviews. Like, he could very easily say, I think Christianity is superior to other worldviews or to other views, but they just throw in as much jargon and lingo as they can to give the appearance of expertise. I hate that. It's like my lawyer side kicking in. But yeah, so he made a judgment here. He said Christianity is superior. Of course, you guys know Jay is going to ask, what's your justification? How do you know that? Like, that methodology critique. Let's hear what he says.
That being said, I'm not a Christian, and I don't believe in the faith structures they have. However, I have recognized that the moral structures of a Christian society tend to make life more successful for.
So he just said the same thing twice. He said, I think Christianity is superior to other value structures. Then he goes, that said, I think Christianity is superior to other value structures. He's just saying the same thing twice. I can't stand these type of people. I'm sorry, because I like when I get these kinds of people in depositions, you tear them apart because they have so much pride. They don't actually know anything.
Individuals, which is ultimately beneficial to the standard function of life, which is organizing organizing free energy into complex systems.
So he said 3 times now, Christianity is superior. Christianity is superior. Christianity is superior. And then Jay is going to ask, what's your criteria for that?
So just utilitarianism. So because it works well.
Oh, he calls out his his utilitarianism. I think that's a good critique there too. So he's like, oh, so just because you like the outcomes, that determines which one we should believe. Right.
That was utilitarian.
You're wrong.
That is literally utilitarianism. He's saying it's superior because I like the outcomes better. It's superior because I like the outcomes. But that is literally utilitarianism. I don't get how he's saying that's wrong.
That's utilitarianism.
No,
you argue that it works well.
Jay, if you don't have an argument for what I said, stop trying to blanket it with something else as a straw man.
Now he's trying to big dog Jay because he senses he's losing control of this interaction. So he's trying to like reassert control over Jay here. But let's look up utilitarianism. Again, we don't have to go to a complex treatise just to learn the basics of this worldview, right? Let's learn the basics of what utilitarianism is. To do that, you can simply go to a Wikipedia article. This is not going to give you enough understanding to debate something like utilitarianism, but it's a good to get like a broad overview of what something is. Utilitarianism. In ethical philosophy, utilitarianism is a family of normative ethical theories that prescribe actions that maximize happiness and well-being for the affected individuals. In other words, utilitarian ideas encourage actions that lead to the greatest good for the greatest number. Although different varieties of utilitarianism admit different characterizations, the basic idea that underpins them all is that, in some sense, to maximize utility, the basic idea that underpins them all is to maximize utility, which is often defined in terms of well-being or related concepts. So that is literally utilitarianism when you're talking about outcomes. I cannot believe that Tim did not know that. Yes, that is the conclusion. You are correct. Tim is a relativist. That is the conclusion. You are correct.
Argument was utilitarianism. You didn't.
It's literally not. I did. We can talk about
it. Literally is, like, in the most dictionary definition sense of the term.
Is it not utilitarian?
Well, we can talk about deontological ethos. We can talk about.
That has nothing to do with this.
No.
Okay, so he's abstracting. This is what happens sometimes when you catch somebody. They will start abstracting, like deontological ethos. What he's just like throwing something out there to distract Jay from the blunder he just made.
My point is,
enlightenment.
Instead of arguing what I said, you're arguing thing. I'm like, well, I gave you a specific outline.
Well, I'm giving you the problem with utilitarianism. I'm sorry that you're not aware of the problems with that.
I'm sorry that you can't actually address what I told you.
I'm addressing it now.
He's taking it so personally. It's like he throws out Kant's term to sound smart. Yeah, exactly. He's crashing out. Yeah, he is. Yeah, Jay is definitely setting the frame here. It was like a very methodical approach that Jay took here. Frame Mog, Corsal Spike. Yeah, Val, you're spot on there, dude. We're glad to have you guys here, especially the other influencers. I appreciate having Warren from Idol Killer, Val here, all y'all. Journey of Abundance. Thank you, guys. Freemason alert. Yeah, deism, which if you listen to my interview with John Heers, we didn't really get into detail on it. Maybe I'll have him on again to talk about it. But basically, enlightenment, like deism, is basically just atheism in disguise. $10 from Backseat Sauce Man. What Tim just said is one of the most insanely... Okay, what Tim just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in his rambling, incoherent response was he even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. I know what you're quoting there, but I think it's also pretty apt for this situation, right? He might just be trying to confuse Jay with yapping. Yeah, he's abstracting. He's abstracting, and his audience probably doesn't know any better.
You're not.
Utilitarian arguments are pragmatic, and it's not a justification.
Great. I'm not a utilitarian.
But you made a utilitarian argument.
A component of some, perhaps.
Okay, so an admission. So he spent this whole time saying it's not utilitarian. It's not. Maybe a little part is. What a slaughter. Tim is my favorite 2000s alt-rock kick flipper.
So I don't believe in utilitarianism because that would sacrifice individuals.
Right.
Again, do you know what deontological moral ethos is?
Yeah, it's Kant.
Okay, great. So when you say something like you're utilitarian, and then
so objection relevance. he can't keep up with the conversation, so he's throwing out terms. Oh, I think you know what? At this point, he's probably just trying to yap back and forth so much, and to assert himself confidently that he can walk away and just be like, yeah, it was like pretty back and forth, but it was a draw. Yeah, I debated Jay Dyer. It was a draw. I think that's probably the appearance that he's trying to give off. That it was like we were both pretty equal, but like, yeah. He's got that fear of being fully nailed down to any worldview so prevalent in postmodernism. Yeah, he doesn't want to be. You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Bring up we do not take immoral actions against an individual for the betterment of it. I know.
So why are you bringing up Kant?
You are making an argument. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, which I did not say.
You can have different.
He said it was based off outcomes. You choose his view. He picked his view because it has superior outcomes. That was his argument. It's a utilitarian argument. You can't argue your way out of that. Do you understand, Jay, the ontological rhetoric of my epistemological value structure? Yeah, it's just jargon and lingo that doesn't really mean anything. Like, I would love to just get the transcript of this. Well, actually, I can on YouTube, right? And just look at like what absurd things he says in the transcript. Like, if you look at this stuff written down, it doesn't make any sense. Jay being tested the first week of Lent. Yeah.
Different types of utilitarianism.
Sure.
You don't have to have that.
Instead of arguing the point I made.
Point. You argued a pragmatic point.
Argue the point I made. Stop trying to blanket into other things.
How does pragmatism justify the rights? That's what you argued.
Okay, I made an argument about private land ownership as a benefit to human survival.
Right. Pragmatic.
Okay, so
That's why is he confessing? Why is he confessing? I made an argument about land ownership as what? Let me. I don't want to take him out of context. That was
Pragmatism justify the rights. That's what you argued.
okay, I made an argument about private land ownership as a benefit to human survival.
Right.
He's talking about benefits, cost benefit analysis. This is textbook utilitarianism. You know, I think this conversation was Tim Pool figuring out what he believes. Because it's like he will say, like, no, it's not utilitarian. No, it's not. No, it's not. Maybe a little part of it was. This was my argument. And Jay's like, yeah, that's pragmatic. He's like discovering he's discovering what he believes in as this conversation is happening. He's working it out defensively, coping in real time. Yes.
Pragmatic.
Okay, so address what I said.
How does appealing
I
to
made a point.
pragmatism?
You make yours addressing what I said.
Yeah, that's not a justification. It's a bad argument.
Explain why.
Because appealing to things that work or pragmatism isn't a justification.
Explain why I'm wrong about the requirement of private land ownership for survival.
You grounded the
So he's trying to make it like very concrete and specific. And he's not used to somebody like, so Tim zooms out, right? Jay hones in. You're going in different directions. And Jay is just saying, like, your way of thinking is flawed. Like, forget this specific example. Your whole approach is wrong.
the right in utilitarianism and pragmatism, and I'm saying that's not a good justification. It's a bad argument.
So explain why.
Anything that works could be all over the place. That could be subjective.
Indeed, that was my point, in which I said there are probably moral structures that work better we have not discovered yet.
Then
he's confessing. That's why I don't believe in Christianity, because there might be something better that I don't know about. Do I know what it is? No. Can I say where it is? No. Do I know when it is? No.
It's not a justification, so you don't know. So if it's a future thing that you haven't figured out yet, then you don't know right now that it would be a justification.
I understand certain principles of gravity and the speed at which things fall, but we don't know for sure how the structures work.
And it wouldn't
We
work
operate based on probabilities.
Right. But it would.
This is what Jay is saying. Like, and this is what the Bonjour book was talking about. Like, you might have a true belief, but that's not knowledge. Even if you're right by happenstance, you don't actually know that thing unless you know why you are right. Like, knowledge is a very specific term when it comes to debate.
Then that would not work to justify the rights as grounded in an unknown.
Then go jump off a building and see how it works for you.
You told me I have to. So
He's like mad. Like,
I have to.
Go jump off a building and see how it works, because you don't know gravity. It's a future thing you haven't figured out yet. We operate on probabilities based on what we think we know, because we actually don't know.
But that doesn't ground a right, Tim. That's the point.
In
future probabilities, I asked you for the grounding for the right to private property.
So far, human history has proven private land ownership.
Dude, this is such an empirical way of thinking and just approaching debate and philosophy. So far, humanity has proven. What? What have they proven? What have they proven? Humanity hasn't proven anything.
Is beneficial to human existence.
That's not what Jay's asking. Who decides what beneficial is? It's like Tim is just beating around the bush and Jay is cutting to the heart of the matter.
That's a circular argument. It benefit. I'm asking how you know that it benefits, and what does it mean to benefit? And you're saying because it was good.
It makes more of it.
That's a circular argument.
Why?
Well, why? Maybe making more of it's bad.
It's certainly not.
Okay, but why not? That's the point. That's why it's a circle.
Well, let's go back to the origin of what we think we know. Again, because
this is when Tim tells like a huge story, and literally the whole thing is just question begging. It's like Jay asked a very specific question, like, how do you know these things are beneficial, as opposed to like, what if I just pulled a Genghis Khan just took as much, like committed as many robberies as I could, married as many women as I could, procreated as much as I could. Like, on what basis can you tell me that your Enlightenment capitalist model is way better than the Genghis Khan model? Because if I'm Genghis Khan, that's pretty good for me. I mean, as an Orthodox Christian, it's not, but like, you guys understand, like, all those things aside, if we're just looking at it in terms of systems, like, Tim can't justify why his Enlightenment system, his classical liberalism system, is better than the Genghis Khan system. Well, because it benefits more people. Well, why should I care about what benefits other people? Why should I care about that? Like, what is the reason? And that's what Jay is trying to point out here.
Everything is rooted in what we think we know, right? Some people think the earth is flat. They're probably wrong, but honestly, I've not done the experiments myself to a great degree. I've just been in a plane. So if we go back to, again, the roots of science, we can take a look at a few things. Free energy tends to coalesce into complex systems, starting with the baser elements, or we can say quarks into particles, into atoms, into elements, into compounds. At some point, for some reason, you get gravity, likely because if you're familiar.
What is he talking about? Jay says, what is the justification for a private right, or for a right of land ownership? And he's talking about quarks and atoms and quantum physics. The way he talks as if he's educating Jay is rich. I know, bro. Yap, 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 yap. $10 from Tattered Bible Podcast. Yo, what's up, guys? I've never seen Tim lose this bad. Utilitarianism can approximate objectivity, which is why he does so well against leftists. But against someone like Jay, his subjectivism is... Yeah, he is a relativist. He does not believe in objective truths. He is a utilitarian. Spot on. Thank you for the $10. JB Peltier, $5. Thank you very much. Tim made a career out of reacting to events. He's never stepped back and done any reasoning. Yeah. So again, this is what I was talking about at the beginning. There are people out there that they can memorize many facts, like by rote, and recite them, maybe give their opinion about them, but they can't actually synthesize all this information and incorporate it together in a worldview. Like, you have people that might be able to memorize and like understand Aristotle, might be able to memorize and understand Nietzsche, but if you ask them a question like, if Aristotle and Nietzsche were having a conversation, what would they say in that back and forth? They wouldn't be able to tell you that because they can't actually synthesize that information. Another $5 from JB Peltier. Thank you very much. Tim has a couple of gremlins playing Hungry Hippos under the beanie. That's the question of all time, right? What is happening underneath the beanie? Quarks. I got a question about those quarks.
Here with our current understanding of gravity, mass creates attraction, etc. And this results in certain masses coming together. Eventually, you'll get something like a gas giant. You'll get something that compresses, then ignites fusion, and you get a sun. We get all this stuff. Then you get an Earth. Earth is the result of certain things slamming together, creating a bunch of complex elements through the process of fusion, etc. And then at some point on Earth, for some reason, again, we don't really know for sure.
Objection, relevance, begging the question. Let's play Marvel Rivals. Earth ashy, bro. That clip of Jay losing it is like so funny. Lives rent free in my head.
These molecules and compounds start forming self-replicating proteins. Again, in modern science, the one thing we recognize is that there is greater entropy and limited entropy. Negative entropy can only exist in a slightly greater entropic system. But we do see free energy organizing into complex systems throughout the Earth and in the universe. That's what we monitor. Eventually, these complex systems ultimately become cellular organisms, single cells, then multicellular organisms.
Jay's too nice, letting him get away with all of that. It's his show. You have to show some deference, right? Like, Jay's a guest. You can't make him look too bad on his own show. It doesn't mean he has to throw the debate, but he has to be a little more diplomatic than he otherwise would be obligated to be on his own show. We recognize, again, Tim is a yapologist. Yeah, that's exactly right, dude.
organisms, by which they then create complex organism systems. They create ecosystems. Now you've got a squirrel planting a nut, growing a tree. The tree then drops the food for the squirrel. And now you've got two distinct life forms that form a complex system within its own free energy. And then we get to the craziest part with humanity in the creation of abstract complex systems. That is, humans give names to things that don't exist anywhere in reality, except in the energy transference between the mind and the vibrations between their mouths.
These things don't exist anywhere except, what did he say? The vibrations in their minds? The energy in their minds and the vibrations between their mouths? Is anybody listening to this man?
Abstract complex systems. That is, humans give names to things that don't exist anywhere in reality, except in the energy transference between the mind and the vibrations between their mouths.
What is he talking about? What? I can't stand these people, dude. Yapologists.
So what we then see is the function of life is negative entropy within a larger entropic system. If we as life, which are driven to reproduce and we typically associate all of those things with being good and enjoyable, like having kids, having Christmas morning, then we track based on what we have seen throughout the earth, what is the most beneficial to that. There are a few answers for this.
So this is just a long way of him restating his own statement, his own position. Father Stephen is here. Yeah. Oh, Father Stephen is probably, I imagine you'd have his source suite. Father Dr. Stephen, glad you're here. Yeah, so he's just restating his position, but longer. Again, like if you listen to these last few seconds, again, he's just making a utilitarian, pragmatic case.
Being good and enjoyable, like having kids, having Christmas morning, then we track based on what we have seen throughout the earth, what is the most beneficial to that. There are a few answers.
What is the most beneficial to that? Jay is asking, on what basis can you justify what is more or less beneficial? Tim's response to that is, this is beneficial.
For this, Islam could be one of them. They've certainly been massively successful, have lots of kids. We can take a look at Africa and say certainly that is beneficial. However, I would make the argument that the European cultures that developed science, space travel, cures for diseases, and then effectively colonized the whole planet, as well as the Asian cultures, have proven greatly that these moral worldviews lend themselves greater to the ectropic system within the entropy. And then
what is he yapping about, dude? What on earth is he yapping about? It's just a bunch of assertions.
then we would say, well, it's maybe a toss-up, but I do think that the American Judeo-Christian or just Christian moral values, which include things like private property, have lended itself to the formation of complex systems. That is life expansion and all the things that we cherish in the world. And thus, those are the things we aim for. Certainly, these things.
We cherish these things, thus they are the things we aim for. He is literally saying nothing with many words. He is saying nothing with many words.
Things are very subjective, and some people believe other things. Some people might think it's better to watch the whole world burn because humans are a virus that spread like a plague. I don't believe that, but I do recognize I can't convince.
Great. So this is just really long psychological reporting. I don't believe that. I believe this. It's like he's probably just like respectfully smiling. Why is it's psychological reporting? Nobody asked you about how you feel. We're asking you to justify the thing that you keep on repeating over and over and over again.
Other people, nor do I know everything. So in the end, I ultimately conclude, if we want people to have families and have kids, private land ownership is probably the best thing we can do.
It's the best thing we can do because that's the thing that promotes the best things. That's so ridiculous.
That's a good story, but it doesn't get to ground.
I'll bet Jay was considering to just say cool story, bro, but he knew that would have like triggered Tim way too much. I'll bet you Jay was considering saying that, but he knew that would send Tim over the edge.
Is probably the best thing we can do.
That's a good story, but it doesn't get to grounding or justification for why the right is actually something that is grounded in God. So storytelling is one thing.
Yeah, right. It's grounded in God because God commands us to be fruitful and multiply. And
but you don't accept that revelation, so it's just a thing
I do. What do you mean?
To. Well, you said you're not a Christian. You
Indeed.
think maybe
Just because you're not a Christian, you can't believe some things Christians believe.
Well, but I mean, you could do that, but it's not.
Jay is saying that if you're gonna take, like, his point is that if you're gonna take one thing out of the Bible, you can't just take it piecemeal, right? You either accept the revelation or you don't. This is not something that you can, like, buffet style go around, pick and choose.
Not a consistent position is all I'm saying.
It's a consistent position to believe that humans should be fruitful and multiply. I didn't argue that I believe Jesus died on the cross.
But to pick and choose elements of the worldview as a grounding for rights and private property is
something that everyone will do.
No, wrong. But also, just because everybody does that doesn't mean that you should do that. First of all, and you can, if you're a pragmatist, maybe, actually, that's a good point. If he's just going to use what he thinks is good, then yeah, you can go around and pick from every worldview. But then you're going to have a bunch of inconsistencies, right?
But that's another fallacy. The fact that people do it. Yes.
I don't have to confine myself to one of someone else's books.
These are fallacies.
It's
the
not.
Fact that people.
So he doesn't like having an authority over him. He doesn't want to be confined by someone else's books. He very eloquently exposed this loser. Yes, it's like a weird Frankenstein. Yeah, you're right. It's a weird Frankenstein worldview. None of it works together properly. It doesn't actually function as a worldview when you actually subject it to scrutiny. Pragmatism is still a modern ideology. I mean, people rediscover things all the time, right? It's like saying, wait, there are still Montanists and Nestorians out there. That's still modern Christianity. Yeah, dude. People rediscover old heresies all the time. There's nothing new under the sun. There is nothing new under the sun except at the incarnation, the theanthropos, the only new thing under the sun.
People do things doesn't have anything to do with whether that's correct or whether that's right.
I agree.
Then you're admitting it's a fallacy.
No, you're arguing that if I believe one thing from Christianity, I have to believe everything.
No, again, it was an argument about grounding the idea.
I mean, you kind of do. You can't. I mean, I get what Tim is saying. He's saying, like, if I stumble across a truth by myself and it just so happens to be a Christian truth, that doesn't mean that I have to accept the entire Bible, right? I should be a little more charitable to Tim, maybe. This chat is too funny. My chat is hilarious. He said all that to say we should be fruitful and multiply because God said so. Yeah, this is like, yeah, it is like a reality kind of blunder. He's just a relativist. He is a subjectivist. He has no objective truths.
Idea of private property. So maybe you're not familiar with what grounding is. That just means giving an epistemic justification for why that's the case. Good reasons, not just.
And so what's yours?
Well, I believe the Christian worldview, and I would defend that.
And now explain it.
But it's coherent. It's consistent.
So Tim, because he felt like he went out of his way and did a favor to Jay and like cut off his and explained his worldview without being cut off. That now Jay has to explain and like give an account for how he sees all of reality. And it's just like, again, this what's the term? This empirical way of like seeing the world. Tim doesn't even know what private property is. Doesn't know the difference between private and personal. Doesn't know about enclosure. Don't blame Jay for not trying to teach. Don't blame Jay for not trying to teach a third grader calculus. Yeah. He's just Tim is kind of a yapologist here. I can't believe that he came so hard at Jay, like somebody that is like the Jay. I'm saying this as a lawyer, as an attorney, as somebody who I've seen far better debaters than me and like lawyers that are more experienced. I've seen bad debaters. I've seen lawyers blunder in court. Like Jay is probably the top debater on YouTube. I said it. Let me get rid of the... I think I can say it without a qualifier. Jay is the best debater on YouTube. There you go. I said it. I'm going to get roasted for that by some Roman Catholic somewhere. I don't care. In my professional opinion, he is the best debater on YouTube.
Just
right. How?
Well, if you don't have that worldview, you are immediately caught in a bunch of contradictions.
Like what?
Like picking and choosing.
Like what?
Like
just picking and choosing. Like what? I mean, that's a pretty big problem, picking and choosing.
Picking and choosing. Well, I'll believe this thing, and then I won't believe this thing. Well, that wouldn't be consistent.
What things are contradictory? What are you talking about?
The picking and choosing, the buffet style philosophy.
Well, to say that we do it because it works is a contradiction.
Why?
Because it's a fallacy. Works to do what?
Explain your idea.
Okay, so for 22 minutes, Jay has been trying to tell Tim that, like, Tim, you're begging the question, man. And Tim doesn't get it. Step 1, be obtuse. Step 2, be aggressive. Step 3, profit. Yeah. Yeah.
I explained the fallacy right there.
That's a fallacy.
Toddler mode activated.
Explaining it?
I don't have to. It is. You've contradicted yourself.
How?
Because that was a contradiction. It's paradoxical.
Toddler mode activated. This part is sad. Tim is about to do what he thinks that Jay is doing. He even does a bad job at that. Yeah. But he still doesn't even see the critique that Jay is levying. That Jay is levying at him. Father Stephen DeYoung doesn't do debates. He does dialogues. Remember, he has one exception for debates, and that's James White. So I can't say he is the best debater on. If he would do debates, if he was a debater, he may well be the best debater on YouTube. But he does dialogues. Again, one exception for debates would be, dude, guys, should we spam tag James White on Twitter to debate Father Stephen so that we can activate his one exception? Has he debated? He said, Father Stephen, I don't know if this is, I might get in trouble. I don't know if this was supposed to be public information, but he told me he doesn't do debates. But he would create one. I think he had said this publicly, so I think I'm in the clear here. So he doesn't do debates, but he would make one exception, and that is for James White. we should all tag James White. Tell him to debate Father Stephen. Activate the one exception. Only if Father Stephen, obviously, we can't bind him to anything, but only if Father Stephen wants to. If not, I'll fight all of you IRL. Yeah. Tim is so pressed he can't get Jay angry. Jay played this perfectly. This is like when this is better. This is better than when Trent had Taco Talks on. Like Trent played that perfectly. And in that same vein, Jay is also playing this perfectly here. 100%. Guys should all go on Twitter, tag James White, tell him to debate Father Stephen. How funny would that be? That'd be so funny.
Well, you said one thing was and one thing wasn't, so you're wrong. I'm not going to elaborate.
Full toddler mode activated from Tim here.
I mean, I have been elaborating. So if you're characterizing my position as not elaborating, I've been very explicit.
So what makes
the
Christian moral worldview on private land?
I would like to. I think they should debate Romans 9. That's what they would do, because James White likes to go to the Greek. Father Stephen actually knows the Greek better than James White does.
And ownership.
Well, we're made in God's image, so we have the 10 Commandments. It has a position where you can't steal. So that's a basis for private property right there. But I can't just pick and choose.
You can't explain it.
What do you mean by explain?
Like, is your answer just God said?
No, the answer is that your worldview is inconsistent and contradicts. That's a transcendental argument. That's the argument.
What is inconsistent about my worldview?
You gave no justification for why.
He explained it like 8 billion times by now. That's so crazy, dude.
Rights are a thing. You just said because it
literally
works.
did.
That's not a justification. It's a fallacy.
That I explain a function of existence.
That's not a good argument.
Why does he say function of like, dude, these people, the way they talk is function of existence. There's so much tied up in that. Like, how do you know there are functions? How do you know there are purposes? How do you know there's teleology at all? Like, if you don't believe in a God, then I guess like you don't have a logos principle, right? So then you have to rely on something like chaos theory, which is like completely random. You have no ordering principle in the universe. My favorite thing about this debate was the other guest, Jake Botch. I know he was sitting there thinking like, bro, what are they talking about? Thank you for the $5. Journey of Abundance, $5. Appeal to vibes fallacy. Yeah. Thank you for the $5, man. JB Peltier, I need an edit of Tim's cosmic origin story with Limp Biscuits rolling in the background with lots of zoom ins. If we got any editors in the chat, here you go. Tattered Bible Podcast, $4.99. Thank you. I can make a cogent argument for private property rights, but that requires me to do what Tim won't and accept the Christian. That's Jay's whole point. Yes, you are spot on. Tattered Bible Podcast. Yes. Me when my essay hasn't met the word. That's funny. $5 from D33P. Deep. Let me cut you off and tell you what your opinion is, Tim Pool. Tim Pool did not handle this very eloquently. $10 from Anthony Swampman. Thank you very much. I still have no clue what heat exchange and entropy have to do with this. Or he also said energy transference between minds and the transfer of vibrations between mouths or something like that. Like something to that effect. What is he talking about? Like, this is a yap fest. There's no substance at all there. Tim said like 5 times, we should be fruitful and multiply because God said. From Father Timothy, $4.99. It's a pick and choose worldview. So, of course, it's pretty sad.
Explaining functions?
That's not an argument at all.
Explaining functions.
That's not a good argument.
To justification.
That's a bad argument.
So you're just saying things.
Well, you're just saying things to me.
I'm explaining to you how it would work in a.
No, yeah. So Tim wasn't listening at all, or he just doesn't understand. We're coming from a stream with Westgate and C2A. Thank you guys for the raid. Hey, Thaddeus Thought. What's up, man? How you doing? Thank you very much. Welcome, guys. Glad to have you here. 500 viewers. Yeah, this is a pretty huge night. Thank you, Incense Addicts. Yeah. Hello, y'all. Thank you for tuning in. We are going through this debate here. We're talking about the blunders of Tim Pool against Jay and how Jay played this perfectly. In the same way that like Trent played it perfectly against Taco Talks. Seems like Jay is playing it perfectly here against
college
Tim.
class. If you're taking an epistemology class, you would be getting the same critiques.
Is your argument God wills it?
No.
Then what
the argument is that the worldview as a whole is coherent and gives a justification and a grounding for the ethics and for these things.
And why? Explain the coherence of it.
Well, if the world is made by God, if we have ethics being made in the image of God based on the 10 Commandments, these kinds of things, then it makes sense why things are wrong and right.
Are there other religions?
Of course.
Do they think you are wrong?
That's a fallacy. It doesn't matter.
How many times is that stupid fallacy going to come up in our life? Like,
so why would
are there people that don't believe 2 + 2 is 4?
Yeah, sure. My point is,
so does that have anything to do with does that have anything to do with?
Let's try this before we actually go to the next segment. If your argument is I am right and other worldviews are just wrong and don't matter,
that's not what I argue. I argue they're contradictory.
I can't believe that they can talk for like 23, 24 minutes. And Tim still doesn't understand what Jay is saying. I think he was pretty clear. How much more clear does he need to be?
I argue yours is contradictory, and
that's not an argument.
It is.
I gave you
the argument you gave to me.
Oh yeah, so this is what we talked about earlier. Tim is going to try to make it look like a draw. Like, well, I say you're wrong, and you say I'm wrong, so we'll just agree to disagree. And like, you made some good points, I made some good points too. It's ridiculous. $10 from Ultra Void. Thank you very much. Listen, Tim is using his auth voice. So there you go. He must be right. Also, stuff just comes from other stuff. Rock bang into other rocks, and boom, we have an earth. And therefore, the energies, the transference from mind to mind, and the vibrations from mouth to mouth. It's like sus wording now that I think about it. Thank you for the $10. Blue Skittle, $4.99. Thank you. Jay can lead a slow boy to tag, but cannot make him drink. Indeed, you can lead a slow boy to tag, but you cannot make him drink. You are correct. Type 1 of Tim Pool should just embrace the Norwood balding and remove the eternal beanie. Yes, he should.
I showed your contradiction because you said...
What's the contradiction?
You said that it's true because it works.
I didn't say it was true.
You said that that's why you believe it. That was...
I said, based on what we think we know right now, and there may be better structures we discover in the future, this seems to be the best course of action for promoting human existence.
So
yes. Promoting human existence. This is what Jay is calling him out on. He is a relativist. He is a relativist. We should just believe whatever is the best for promoting human existence as determined by Tim Pool. The worst part is that Tim will learn nothing from this. I mean, I hope he does. All of this over water, the water supplies. Yeah.
Works. That's an it works argument.
I think that's an oversimplification of we act upon probabilities to do the best we can.
Okay, buddy.
So Tim just says the same thing with fancy words, and he thinks like somehow that adds gravitas to what he's saying. Is Tim actually upset at Jay over this? The guy seems very moody. I mean, I hope not. I hope not. But like, let's look at this last exchange. Jay says it's an it works argument. Like it works, therefore it must be true. We should believe this because it works. And Tim says, no, it's just that's an oversimplification. It's evaluating probabilities. Look, I use more words and more syllables. Therefore, it's such a deep, complex idea. It's so cerebral.
Action for promoting human existence.
So it works. That's an it works argument.
I think that's an oversimplification of we act upon probabilities to do the best we can.
Okay, but again,
that's the same thing, man. It's the same thing. $10 from JP Peltier. Orthodox contend with the particulars of others' views and expose their inconsistencies. Then they demand you lay out an exhaustive account of every claim in the Orthodox view as if that is even possible. That's what Tim asked for here. Yeah. Thank you for the $10.
and none of those things work to ground why private property should be something everybody should accept.
I think my argument is...
He doesn't know what his argument is. I think my argument is, that's what I said earlier. I think he's discovering what he actually believes as this conversation is going on. If I own all my skateboards, it will probably be better than if somebody takes some of my skateboards. Yeah. Like that's what it boils down to.
It helps people survive better than any system we have.
So it works.
So what? Again, Jay's point is that he has no basis on which he can say, like, Why don't I just go act like Genghis Khan and start my own empire? Like, what differentiate, like, on what basis can you say that's wrong or that another view is preferable? Like, you can't. He has no basis. Alex, Father Young is here. Yes. I am aware.
Works. That's a pragmatic argument, and that doesn't work to justify or ground the position.
It certainly does.
No, not.
Why
in,
should we
not
use,
in episode?
Why should we use a fire hose to put out fires?
You keep thinking that working means that it's a justification. That's not what grounding is even asking for. It's a different type of question.
I understand, but you are not actually making any point at all other than God wills it.
That was not the argument. The argument was that the whole worldview.
Your argument is I have a Christian worldview that is.
It's a transcendental argument for the whole worldview.
And I have that same exact thing.
No, you didn't argue.
Just ignore what we talked about for the last 25 minutes. The whole time he's arguing utilitarianism. This is preferable because it promotes survival. This is preferable because it promotes happiness. We should do this because I like it this way. Yeah, I'm doing one of those tag things too.
Argue that at all.
I do.
You argued utilitarianism and pragmatism.
I argued that the structure of life is organizing free energy into complex systems.
But that doesn't tell me what I ought.
Dude, this jargon is just killing me.
No, you didn't argue that at all.
I do.
You argued utilitarianism and pragmatism.
I argued that the structure of life is organizing free energy into complex systems.
The structure of life is organizing free energy into complex systems. I wouldn't even know what to say to this guy. I'll just be like, are you talking? Like, what are you saying? Can you explain the actual water point, though? Is that it's the same system either way. You have communism where the state owns everything, or you have a company town where the company owns everything. They're the same thing. And it's not what Tim believes, which is classical liberalism. It's the point Jay was making. Tim just tried to run through a concrete example, which did not help his case. That's the water point. $10 from Tattered. Thank you for the donation, by the way. $9.99 from Tattered Bible Podcast. Tim is just a subjectivist. He's an esoteric, meaning that he takes what feels good from every belief system, mashes them together without systematization. Yeah, that's the whole point. I agree. That's exactly what he's doing. This debate needs the Spider-Man pointing meme. Why? I don't think it was like equal at all. I think this was a blowout. Thank you for the $2, Duchesneau, but I disagree. I don't think that this was like an equal back and forth by any means. Jay very politely destroyed him. No offense to Tim. Sure, he's a nice guy, but his worldview has like the same problems that every single other liberal worldview has. It seems that Tim is not aware, as the one making the claim, he has the burden of proof. I mean, again, this is not a formal debate. This is like a side conversation. I think it was the commentary on the State of the Union, right? So, I mean, we shouldn't be too strict on like rules. It's an informal back and forth, but yeah.
But that doesn't tell me what I ought to do. That just says what is.
It indeed tells you what you ought to do.
Why? How is it
Because
universal?
You are to be fruitful and multiply.
Is that universal?
Indeed.
How?
That life procreates and creates more life.
Well, that's
The thing is, he doesn't. He already said that he doesn't think that's a universal truth. He said that that truth could be in the future replaced with something else. I think Jay will probably call him out on that. Tim's upset because he's realizing he's a millionaire and stupid. It's just typical libertarian jargon. Yeah, he's kind of a sued on this. He might be good at reporting the news, and I'm sure people appreciate him for that. But yeah, it's the yap fallacy. It's exactly right. That's just like your opinion, man. Yeah, Father Steven. I'm like paying super close attention to the chat and make sure I don't miss Father Steven's comments. But yeah, that's exactly right. Tim is a relativist. He is a subjectivist. He has no objective truths. Is ought fallacies in the big 2026, yeah. No, he's not good at reporting the news either. I'll take your word for it. I don't really listen to him. So, We got 543 viewers. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you wouldn't mind, it would really help me out if you could like the stream, leave a comment, subscribe. We just passed 10,000 subscribers this very stream as I started this stream. So I do very much appreciate it. We do debate breakdowns like this for rhetoric, strategies, and also like the content of it so we can learn something. I also do debates myself, and I do videos about theology and apologetics. I too am an Orthodox Christian. So we have a ton of viewers tonight. I would very much appreciate if you guys find some value in the stream to like and subscribe. And if you dislike it, then dislike the stream so that I get engagement that way too. I was the 10K sub. God bless you. Thank you. Like, comment, subscribe. That's right. Thanks, Incense Addict.
The universal claim, but you said that it's subjective to you. So
well, no, I recognize that other people believe other things.
Mm-hmm. That's not what universal means. It just means, is it binding everywhere at all times?
You said it was subjective to me, and I said...
No, you said that.
I said, no, I recognize other people believe other things.
That's not what you...
No, he did say at the beginning that he thinks this view could be replaced by something else in the future. He doesn't believe that it's universal.
Other people could perceive that as subjective.
Universal means it applies at all times, at all places, to all people.
Uh-huh.
They ought to do this.
They ought to do this.
Okay, what is the basis for the ought in your position?
The basis for why people should have children.
And have private property or whatever.
God wills it.
But you don't believe...
He doesn't believe that's a universal truth. That's the big problem. He is saying that this is a matter of preference.
In God, in any specific or whatever, in your position.
The basis for why people should have children.
And have private property or whatever.
God wills it.
But you don't believe in God in any specific way. So how does that have any meaning?
I literally do believe in God.
But you said it's not the Christian God. It's just parts of Genesis.
Correct. I don't believe in the Christian God.
So what's the principle of this God?
The principle of God is largely a Christian God.
So you do, but don't. I don't get it. What?
Do you have the ability to understand that there are different faith structures?
Yeah.
Jay needs to use 5-year-old arguments. Yeah, because Tim is not understanding how devastating his critique is. I agree. And that's why he's like reduced down to like, okay, forget terms like epistemic justification, forget terms like grounding. Like, let's just, why? I think you're right, Thaddeus. Is he has to like, and he sees that he has to like bring the language down a notch. And it's still like, Tim is still not getting it.
You, by all means, you're allowed to say my religion is wrong.
But it has to be coherent.
But to argue that I don't have a religion, certainly my religion is consistent.
Okay. What is the basis for when you know when to pick from what text and which ones to reject?
I'd ask the same question of you.
Well, that's a two-quote.
Well, I mean, Jay doesn't have that problem because he just accepts the Christian worldview wholesale, which is kind of how you have to approach a philosophical system. It's how you have to approach a worldview. But I think Jay's question kind of gets to the heart of it. Like, okay, you're just going to be some weird subjective syncretist, relativist, buffet style worldview. How do you know when to pick what? Jay's trying to point out that these are just your preferences. This is just a matter of preference. It's totally subjective. He's a subjectivist.
Okay, that's a fallacy.
To ask you to define so you can explain.
Ask me the question I just asked you is a fallacy in debate. Yeah.
Can you do it or no?
Yeah.
Oh, then
but I don't pick and choose, so I don't have that problem. I accept the totality of the Christian paradigm. So for me, it's not a problem to pick and choose. Orthodox.
So are there things in the Bible that you do not adhere to?
I think it's funny that Tim didn't know that because Tim had Jay on to debate Tim Gordon that one time, and he knew Jay was representing the Orthodox position. So I think it's funny that Tim Poole asked that question.
No.
Explain to me, like, there's modernization, correct?
Of what?
We went from private rights to, so there is modernization, correct? Oh, I think I know what he's going to do. I think he's going to try to say that he doesn't know that Orthodox Christianity is like something specific.
Of the Christian, I don't know, I guess moral structures, what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do. Like talk to me about Leviticus.
What about it? It's a typology.
Do you follow it? Are there things to be followed?
as a side note, when somebody asks you that question in Religion of the Apostles, Father Stephen has an excellent question about how Orthodoxy incorporates all of the Old Testament Levitical law, and it is fulfilled today in the Orthodox Church, and he shows how. He doesn't just assert it like Tim Pool does. So Jay's demeanor is delightful. I think he perfectly handled this interaction here. That was a perfect 5-star performance from Jay on this one. There are some situations where you do need to, speak up to control the person that you're questioning. Jay didn't need to do that here. And that's exactly how he should have held himself, for sure. I 100% agree. Yeah, Tim trying to go against the Bible, against Jay, is self-destructive. He doesn't know who he's talking to. Why do you think people reject Orthodoxy? Because it's new, and things that are new are weird to people. Like, everything new is weird. But something new, they don't know anything about it. Also, because they have an emotional attachment to their prior worldview. And then it like literally hurts. Like, physically, it hurts them to set aside their prior worldview and to like admit that they are wrong. That's another reason people don't like to admit that they are wrong. Also, they like were raised a certain way, and they would have to admit that like these very deeply held beliefs held by like their parents, their grandparents, their cousins, their siblings, that they were all wrong. And those are all like very hard things to admit. Yeah, I don't think anybody rejects Orthodoxy for intellectual incoherence. Like, they might say that they reject Orthodoxy for that reason, but they don't actually.
Yeah, there's principles in Leviticus, sure. Jesus references those, yeah.
Is it okay to not follow some of them? Is it okay to follow some of them?
Well, Jesus, being the one that gave Leviticus as the law, would have the ability to decide how it's interpreted. So, yes.
Are there things in the Bible that you are supposed to do that you don't?
There are temporary ceremonial commands that are fulfilled. So you're talking about like sacrifice animals, sure. Sometimes
you do, sometimes you don't.
If the principle is that Jesus gave the law and he says how it's exercised and fulfilled, that's not inconsistent.
What I don't understand is there are Christians that don't eat meat on Fridays.
That's just a fasting position that Catholics do.
Yeah. Is that right or wrong?
Well, what does that have to do with Leviticus?
This is the best he's got to show that Jay's view is incoherent. Aren't there Christians that fast on Fridays?
I'm now moving forward and asking you about a specific thing I don't understand. That there are Catholics, they don't eat meat on Fridays. Is that not so again, I think you don't view Catholics as coherent.
Right.
That is, we'll end the argument there. You view your religious structure as the coherent structure and other structures are incoherent. Okay, I disagree. And
we'll end the argument here, where I can declare unilaterally this was a draw. What a cope.
You're allowed to disagree that we have two different moral religious worldviews, and that is the inherent disagreement. So in my moral worldview, I believe there is a basis in private ownership, because if you are to fulfill God's will of having children, having families, you need a way to control your resources so that you can do that without it being taken from you. I actually think we agree on that point.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know why you were arguing when we had completely agreed on that, other than to say I'm not a Christian.
Because it's not just a question of having the right position, but what are the good reasons for...
That's arguing for the sake of arguing.
No, it's not.
I think that's what this interaction kind of boiled down to, is that, yeah, Tim is just asserting a position. Jay is saying you need to have reasons for that. Like, you can't just assert positions. That's not how argumentation works. You need to present reasons. Jay complete composure mogged Tim here, 100%. 100%. He absolutely did. Just be humble. I mean, you will never look bad by erring on the side of humility. That's not the reason why you should be humble. It's optics, because that's inherently prideful, right? But I think just by practicing humility, it will save you a lot of problems. But patristic faith. Back from teaching. What's up, Father Deacon? What's up? Yeah, Tim lost this like pretty.
That's what it pissed him.
Let's go talk about Trump's State of the Union and CNN, and it was fun debating though. I appreciate it.
Fun. Yeah, so Tim got obliterated. basically for 24 minutes, Jay is asking, okay, I understand you have these preferences. On what are the reasons for your preferences? Why should we believe your preferences? Clergy stacked chat. Yeah, that's right. We have Father Timothy, Father Stephen, Father Dr. Stephen, Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. So yeah. Father Deacon would be awesome to have on to react to something. Maybe I can reach out. We can do a collab together. A chat full of bosses tonight. Yeah. So very good. Otherwise, I wanted to go through, give you guys a synopsis on this book I've been reading by Father Dr. Stephen, The Whole Counsel of God, An Introduction to Your Bible. There are some important things in here that I wanted to share with you guys. I made it to like, what, page 40? And it's about a 110-page book. So I'll give you guys like some things that I thought were interesting from the get-go here. The introduction makes a really good point as to why we should be familiar with our Bibles as Orthodox Christians. And after I go through this synopsis, I'll open it up for calls. Father Bless, I just recommended one of my colleagues and fellow philosophy professors to your book. Dude, I love this connection. This is an awesome connection. This is very good what's happening in the chat. In the introduction, Father Stephen makes a good, compelling case about like why we need to be familiar with our Bibles, because everybody's trying to claim it for themselves in the world. And this paragraph in particular stuck out to me. He said, within the Christian world, dozens of Protestant groups likewise make a dizzying array of claims as to what exactly the Bible teaches. They declare that their beliefs and the very organization of their communities are biblical, but these groups also disagree about theology, and their communities are organized differently. Other Protestants will cast doubt on whether the Bible actually teaches anything. Those would be like the hyper-liberal, like Skittles flags in front of their church type of Protestant. They embrace the subjectivity of biblical interpretation, and so we'll talk about various interpretive options and perspectives in terms of personal choice. Regardless of the favored option, all the competing views are still considered to be biblical. I think it's a very compelling point about why we should have a good approach to studying the Bible, and as Orthodox Christians, why we should have at least a basic familiarity with it, because for us, it is an internal church document, and the Father Stephen, I think, shows that pretty convincingly in this book. And again, like I said, this is not an academic book, guys. This is written for like normal people. He's not like, it's not covered in citations or anything. He uses plain language. I think everybody should read this. He goes on to say that beyond its usefulness in biblical discussions and the spiritual benefits of reading the Bible, however, hold on. Beyond its usefulness in biblical discussions and the spiritual benefits of reading the Bible is something just as important. The Bible offers spiritual sustenance. Being able to read and understand it is a source of joy and strength that Christians should seek out. So this is like a dual approach, right? So we can read the Bible to understand it, to protect ourselves. We also read the Bible to advance in our spiritual walk. Also, every time he quotes the scriptures in this book, he translates them himself, except where noted. Shows he has a mastery of these languages, which is why whenever I hear Jeremiah Nortier or some other apologists try to quote a Greek lexicon as if they know Greek or understand Greek, I just kind of laugh, because I've had the benefit and the privilege of being able to interact with Father Dr. Stephen frequently. In chapter 1, he addresses like, what is the Bible? He makes a few points that I think are worth mentioning here. And the term Holy Bible itself translates literally to holy books. I think that's important to know. That when the biblical texts were written, literacy rates were extremely low, and putting something into writing was extremely costly. According to some estimates, a single copy of a text roughly the length of the book of Romans in the New Testament would have cost the equivalent of $5,000 today. So that's important when somebody, like, in my debate against the Church of Christ, you're saying, like, well, why doesn't it say this here? Why doesn't it say this there? They were trying to be efficient. It's expensive to do that. Like, Paul wrote letters out of practicality in the same way that his teacher Gamaliel did. Right? These are addressing on-the-ground problems, especially in the New Testament. There's an important point on inspiration. Father Stephen says that it is important to recognize that each individual text was not the product of a single moment of composition. This is really important for like sola scriptura people to understand. That each individual text was not the product of a single moment. You see this a lot in the Pentateuch, in the Torah. While the Pentateuch is Mosaic in origin, the language and style in which our earliest manuscripts are written did not exist at the time of Moses. This means, at the very least, that these texts have been translated and edited. Another example, we are told that Isaiah's prophecies were written and collected by his disciples. And this is a point that's come up earlier on earlier streams and in my debates as well, that the book of Jeremiah exists in the original Hebrew in two distinct forms, which are approximately 1/3 different in their texts. There's also the fact that St. Paul employed an amanuensis, which, if you're not familiar with the term, that is like a secretary that will write down all these terms, or write down all your letters. Basically, you dictate to them what you want to say, and then they will say it. But yeah, that is important. When it comes to people that think that like literally the Bible is the apostles putting pen to paper, it's not. It's a part of a process. It's the result of a process. This one fact I did not know beforehand. A lot of this stuff I kind of knew beforehand from my general research, but this kind of blew my mind. I did not know this. Is that there are two versions of Luke and Acts of considerably different lengths that are found among biblical manuscripts. Now, I talked to Father Stephen about this. He said that the different lengths between like these two different recensions, I don't know if you can call them that, but these two like versions of Luke and Acts, the longer and the shorter one, it's not like content. He said the longer ones just have like a lot more adjectives, like it's a lot more illustrative. But I did not know that there are two versions of Luke and Acts of considerably different lengths found among biblical manuscripts. One common thesis as to how this came about is that the longer form of these texts represent a sort of second edition also written by Luke. Interesting thing. I did not know that before. Thus, it is not enough to state that a theoretical original version of the text that comprised the scriptures was inspired or breathed out by the Holy Spirit. In the case of most of the texts in question, it is difficult even to determine what this original text would be. Would it be the text as it came to exist in the author's mind? What left his mouth? What was first written? What was produced following the initial edit? Later edits? The text as it existed in the earliest collections? The text as it existed at some particular point in the history of the church? The text produced by a particular translation? And like all these questions are important when we're discussing like the role of the Bible and the inspiration of the text. Like these are questions that people don't really consider. What we have today is the result of like many different scribes, many different edits, many different translations, additions, changes after the fact. Like these are all important questions that we have to consider. In order for the inspiration of the scripture to be meaningful, it requires that the Holy Spirit carry men along the entire process that produced the scriptures. This includes speaking, writing, editing, copying, translating, and compiling. This is also the reason that the handling of the scriptures, their reading, studying, preaching, and meditation is always accompanied by prayer. In this next section, I think he makes like a really, really good point that is important for all of us on why the West reads the Bible the way that it does. It's very, very important. It says, beginning in the 18th century in Protestant Europe, the application of scientific rationalism to the study of the biblical text began to cast doubt on the reality of what were described as supernatural or miraculous events in the scriptures. You see this in the founding fathers in America, for example. Thomas Jefferson in the Jeffersonian Bible. You guys know Thomas Jefferson wrote his own Bible, right? It was more like an edit of the Bible. He took out all the things that he thought were not correct. And it was like obviously much shorter. This footnote here that Father Stephen has, I did not know about the Jefferson Bible. He says, a copy of the Jefferson Bible is given to every incoming member of the United States Congress. They're given a deist, scientific, rationalist Bible, guys. All of them. This new scientific approach to scripture continued to be used throughout the 19th century, again, particularly in Protestant Europe, in the dissection of the Christian scriptures. And this is where we get to higher criticism in Germany and in Protestant Europe to these different schools in America. This is an important part for understanding why our Calvinist and Protestant friends read the Bible the way they do today. Father Stephen goes on to explain that especially in the German universities, the Old Testament was pulled apart, the individual books broken up, sometimes verse by verse, and attributed to discrete sources from a variety of time periods, all of them centuries after the events they describe. In this way, the scriptures were seen as ahistorical and the sources from which they are derived as being in conflict with one another. So this is very, very important because you'll hear Jay talking about this, about how higher criticism in Germany tore apart the text. It's the result of Enlightenment values and scientific rationalism applied to the Bible, which you'll see shortly here. It's largely a liturgical text. Father Deacon says, well, Jesus, I believe in you, but only like 30% of what you have to say, but I don't want to hold the rest of the 70%, but I'm still a believer and saved. Every Protestant. I mean, they struggle with the text because they don't have a consistent hermeneutic. It's like they love the Bible. They love it, and that's good. But they don't have a consistent hermeneutic. They're missing a lot of the context of the liturgy. As well-intentioned as they are, it's just difficult for them to see this. It's something I struggled with too. And that's the clarity that you get with Holy Orthodoxy, right? This paragraph informed a lot of what I see going around. It was very important, this paragraph, so pay close attention if you guys want to learn something. This one historical fact. Here's the video, guys. This one historical fact changed everything about how I see Christianity. No, but this is important. Listen up here. Having dominated European universities for the better part of a century, this mode of scholarship, this applying scientific rationalism to the Bible, this mode of scholarship arrived at American universities in the early 20th century and became the prevailing method of biblical study at universities such as Harvard and Princeton. This development generated a strong counter-reaction from religiously conservative American Protestants. So what do you see here? You see the formation of two factions. Theological liberalism and very liberal text criticism at Harvard, Princeton, and then a counter-reaction. They end up being called fundamentalists in that counter-reaction. The resistance coalesced in the publication of a series of tracts entitled The Fundamentals. These tracts defended the truth of various aspects of Christian doctrine, from Christ's miracles and his virgin birth to the reality of the Exodus from Egypt and the historical existence of Adam, Eve, and King David. Those who adhered to these doctrines became known as fundamentalists and later evangelical fundamentalists. The former title related to their desire to defend what they saw as the Christian gospel. That's probably an important thing to remember, is that it's very tempting sometimes to paint like throughout history to paint people with like ill intentions or to paint them as evil, or it's like they wanted to go mess something up. I forgot who said it. It's that like every heresy kind of came from good intentions. They probably didn't end that way because they all like quadrupled down on their heresy and they didn't repent. But perhaps in the bringing about, like Apollinarius trying to protect Christ's divinity. Nestorius. I think there's probably an argument to be made that he just hated women, and that's why he didn't want to give Christ the title of Theotokos. But perhaps they're trying to protect that Christ has two natures. You know, Arianism, trying to protect the humanity of Christ and the divinity of the Father. Like, well-intentioned, but wrong. Well-intentioned, but wrong. Both fundamentalist and liberal became pejorative labels, with each side questioning whether the other could rightly be called Christian. The Orthodox Church, for the most part, was not a party to these debates, though it occasionally was an onlooker. It has always been the teaching of the Orthodox Church that the scriptures do not contain errors. However, the Church has never treated as an end in itself the demonstration that various texts of the Old Testament have some foundation in archaeology, or that certain passages in the Gospels that seem to contradict one another can be reconciled. The Church has never approached the world on the basis of the scriptures. Rather, the scriptures function internally within the Church and her worship. Christianity is seen as a cohesive way of life that encompasses the whole of a person. And that's the Orthodox view. The teaching of the Orthodox Church regarding the scriptures is more closely allied with the concept of inerrancy. However, the Orthodox Church has a fundamentally different view of the place of the scriptures and the place the scriptures hold in the life of the Church. So, there's a section on Sola Scriptura. If you guys want to learn about that, you should buy the book. But I think those were some like very important points out of that first section. Here's another compelling point from chapter 2. Only in rare cases do early Christian codices resemble our modern Bibles. This is important when we're talking about manuscripts. Okay. Those extant for our study are evenly split between continuous texts, which is like a book, right? It's like all these separate books are assembled within a codice, right? A continuous text, versus lectionaries, which divide the text into a series of daily readings. Okay, so there's an even split between continuous texts and lectionaries. What does that tell you? The historic church had just as many lectionaries as they did continuous texts. When you look at like the Lutherans today, at the Reformed today, well, maybe the Lutherans might be a bad example, but like any non-denom evangelical group, how many lectionaries do they have? Attended a non-denom church for many years. They had no lectionaries. When you look at the manuscript tradition, there are just as many lectionaries as there are continuous texts. The gospel and epistle books used in Orthodox churches take the latter form, the lectionaries. It is extremely rare to find a codex of either type containing the entirety of the Old and New Testaments. Individual codices will contain the Gospels, the epistles, the Psalter, or various portions of the Old Testament. There was also never a point in time when a group of people sat down and decided which texts would and would not be included in a book called the Bible. Unfortunately, a number of misconceptions exist surrounding how the canon of the Christian scriptures was formed. The most common of these is that the Old Testament already existed as a unit, the Hebrew Bible, before the advent of Christ. Then he has a section on the Old Testament canon. I'm not going to give away the whole book here, but I think there are some important points to be made. He makes the point here that like in first century Jerusalem, like around the time of Christ, the codex format was not used. They used scrolls, and that your average synagogue would like not have the entire Old Testament canon in air quotes. Your typical synagogue would probably just have a Torah scroll. That's it. A well-endowed synagogue would have other books, most likely the Psalms and Isaiah, but only major cities like Jerusalem or Alexandria had access to the full range of the scriptures in written form. Certain texts exercised canonical authority in Jewish communities, but no authoritative collections or even lists of these texts were available to the average person. Even those who traveled to Jerusalem were not given access to the scrolls kept in the temple. These people were not sola scriptura. And they were not a religion that revolved around writings. They were a religion that the writings, yes, obviously are important. But they were focused on worshiping God. How to call in. As soon as I'm done going over these points in this book, I think this is important to share with you guys. So I want to share with you guys what I'm learning as I'm learning it. I think that's important. After I'm done going through these points, which will be shortly now, I will share the link in the chat, and then you guys can call in. Father Deacon says that God saves pagans and even Muslims from death and destruction, but does that mean their religions are true? It might be that God is saving them to become Orthodox. Yeah. God uses Holy Orthodoxy. He uses the church to save the world. So yeah, these are very important considerations I think everybody needs to consider when they're talking about the nature of the Bible. Like, literally, what is it? Father Stephen also makes the point that at the time of Christ, that like first century, Second Temple period, says it was far more common to hear the scriptures read in Greek translation at synagogues outside of Judea proper, even as nearby as Galilee. Many Jewish communities outside Jerusalem assembled their own collections of authoritative texts, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran. So, like normal, as is most other things, it's more complicated than you think it is. It's not as simple as you think it is. Here, Father Stephen talks about an example that I often use when it comes to, Protestants that overstate what the Bible is and, the inerrancy of it. Like, of course, it doesn't have errors. It is inerrant. It depends what you mean by that, right? He says that, for example, Genesis 14:4 states that Abram pursued the kings who had taken his nephew Lot captive as far as Dan. You see, I brought this up in my discussion with Aaron Gallagher, that Dan was not called Dan at the time of Abraham and Lot. It was called Dan way later. After the Canaanite conquest, it was called Dan. The city was renamed Dan after it was illicitly taken by the tribe of Dan following the Israelite conquest of Canaan, Joshua 19:47. Therefore, it's impossible for Moses to have written that Abram pursued the kings who had taken his nephew Lot as far as Dan, because Dan was not called Dan at the time. Moses did not write that. Oh, we got some super chats. $2 from Kuro Kitsune 17. Scale and necessity, then 20-minute tangent talking about Tim Pool. Yeah. Just like the whole Marxist thing, postmodernism and subjectivism didn't go away or lose. It just reached saturation to the extent that even the middling right is tarted. Yeah. Again, referring to Tim Pool. $2 from FPV Flight Airborne. I think maybe Tim doesn't know who Jay is. It certainly seems that way in that interaction. Like, do you know who you're talking to? Like, at least be a little more careful with the words you use. Sleeve6, $10. Thank you very much, Sleeve6. The more I learn about how the Bible has been abused, it's pretty heartbreaking. Denying yourself a basic education or awareness of Scripture is no different than neglecting your own body. Yeah, you have to know what it is. Is it ontologically unique? Yes. So is the church. Are there human elements to it? Yes. The church and the Bible both have this. Andre, what's up? He's my fellow Orthodox lawyer. Nonsense. I have the KJV Bible buried by Pastor Jim himself prior to the Pago-Roman purging of the true evangelical church. It's simple. Can't you guys see that this is simple? I get it. Complicated things. Andre knows this, that complicated arguments may not be persuasive. People like to keep it simple, but it's not actually. That's where the skill of debating comes in, because you have to take complex ideas, synthesize them, and present them in a simple way without misrepresenting them. That's where the work is. That's the hard part. Yeah. That satirical point is spot on, Andre. Good to see you. What else? There are really, really good points in this book. You guys should all read it, because, again, it is very short. I could read it in one sitting, but I have realities of life. They keep on drawing my attention. See if I can draw a few more points for you here, and then we'll open it up to calls. Yeah, so he goes on to talk about formation of the Old Testament canon here. This is another important way to understand the Bible and the text. It says, particularly in the East, Christians tended to recognize three categories of text: those that are read in the churches, those that are read in the home, and those that are not to be read. Athanasius, for example, consigned the Old Testament books of Tobit, Judith, Esther, Wisdom, and Sirach, along with the Didache and the Shepherd of Hermas, to such a second rank. It's important when we talk about the Bible to use the language that the fathers do. Like, I don't really see them using these categories of like fallible and infallible, or like kind of fallible. It's like when people ask us, well, you think the Bible is infallible, right? It's like, well, yes, but in the sense that the fathers do. We use these categories of like, these are canonical, these are good for reading. That's the language the fathers use. Why should we use different language? Right. $4.99 super chat from Pepper Prophet. Thank you very much, Pepper Prophet. I appreciate that. Good work, dude. Thank you. I do my best. I try to give you guys some quality content, some quality breakdowns here with the little that I know. Folks like Father Dr. Stephen, Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, much more knowledgeable than I am on the theology stuff. But, I have a very specific set of skills, which is interview my clients, gather the facts, investigate, and put together a good argument. So I go to people that know the content, Father Dr. Stephen, and I put it together in a way that I think is presentable. And I just debate. I'm a debater, man. So I'm going to share the call-in link in the chat here. And I'm going to pin it for you guys. You guys talk so much smack. Time to account for your smack talking. Call in. You're just being humble. I don't know, man. I got knowledge gapped by a few. Cassian from Barrel Aged Faith has knowledge gapped me pretty hard a few times. Father Dr. Stephen, without even intending to, knowledge gaps me. I just do my best to try to do the readings, not say something stupid. So $10 from Brady Harvey. Thank you very much. Love the stream as always. Keep at it. Good night, everyone. God bless. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate that. Thank you also for the $9.99 super chat. You guys have been very, very generous tonight with the super chats. I very much appreciate that. We have Jacob Seiler calling in. Jacob Seiler. I probably mispronounced that.
Hey, man. How's it going?
What's going on? How you doing?
Good. I'm the Tattered Bible Podcast, by the way.
Oh,
I don't know if you remember me from last time.
Sure.
Last time I was on.
Yeah, with Warren, right?
Yeah, with Warren.
What's
yeah,
up?
I am.
You're still Oneness Pentecostal?
Yeah, but
you should become Orthodox.
Maybe one day.
I hope
one
so.
day. I mean, well, so I'm very interested in church history, and every time there's two threads I pull on. And every time I pull on them, one brings me closer to orthodoxy, and the other one only makes me more oneness.
Uh-oh. Anything in particular?
Well, so I do a lot of studying on especially the apostolic fathers, and I notice that so for example, like Melito of Sardis and on Pascha will say something like, in that he begets, he is the Father, in that he's begotten, he is the Son. And go on to say Jesus Christ our Lord. And then I read on through church history, and not just reading the fathers, but actually reading,
that kind of sounds like hypostatic properties.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty Trinitarian.
Well, reading not just the church fathers, but actual church historians, and finding particular things like the fact that that the how should I say it? The apostolic fathers were part of a particular school of thought known as Asia Minor theology. And
I think there were some things specific to that region. Like I know Chiliasm was kind of, and that's why like Irenaeus gets it from Justin Martyr. So I think there were some things that were regional, but I think that from all over the place, in our view, you see the Trinity in the Bible. So
yeah. Well, anyways, so just to explain this briefly, and if you don't mind, I'm kind of under the weather. I don't know if you can tell by my voice, and I've been stuck inside all week, and I'm kind of starved for like company. So if you don't mind, if I could just stick around, I don't really want to debate. I just want conversation, and whatever comes in, we can just, I'll even stay silent sometimes if I have to. But I'm kind of, I need the company right now. I have my grandma at home, but I'm trying to keep my distance from her because I don't want to get her sick.
Sure, man.
I have the flu right now. That's the best thing you could do for me right now is give me a little bit of company.
I'm willing to serve. Yes, you may stick around, but we will add Toronto Bible Study to the stage. I see Toronto Bible Study is waiting here. What's up, Toronto Bible Study? How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm well. What's on your mind?
Well, I want to ask about like the EO beliefs a little bit. Like basically, what I don't understand is like, I don't know how to put this. Like, when you, it's kind of tied to your read the Bible, how to read your Bible theme, right? So, like, is there an actual method in the Orthodox Church when Scripture seems to conflict with received interpretation? Like, how do you decide the dispute?
I mean, do you have like a more concrete example? I mean, if there's a theological dispute that's very important, we'll have a council about it. But we kind of sorted a lot of those out. Like in the absence of a controversy, there's like not really reason to have a council. Well, like for example, like whether you can call Mary Theotokos or Christotokos, like those issues are usually sorted out in council. Or like, does Christ have two natures or like one fused nature? We sort those out again in council.
Sometimes the councils like will make a statement and then the people will reject it and it will be reversed, right? So it's kind of like
the people don't have a juridical authority over it, but there is like a period of reception for the whole church. I think for us, the way we approach the Bible is like there is within Holy Orthodoxy, on some things a range of permissible views that you see within the saints. So, like, for example, the toll houses, there is a range of permissible views on toll houses. However, on the Trinity, there is not a range of permissible views. Like within Holy Orthodoxy, you have to believe the Trinitarian theology of the Cappadocians. So that's like, if your reading of the Bible conflicts with those guidelines, then your reading of the Bible is wrong in our view. So we, like, the church acts as like bumpers for us, like in a bowling alley. Make sure you don't go too far off the rails.
Okay, but what if the church is there a way to know if the church comes out with a doctrine? Is there a way to know for a lay person whether it's proper or whether it's wrong? Like, you know?
The role of a layperson, you might not like this, but the role of a layperson is to submit to his ecclesiastical authority, the bishop, in Holy Orthodoxy. So if there is a doctrinal problem that a bishop is teaching, it's the duty of the other bishops to sort that out.
Okay, but what about wasn't there a time when they had a council that got rejected by the people? Like there was the one with
the Council of Hyria, I think, is that what you're referring to?
I can't remember the name of it, but there was one bishop who resisted, but all the bishops signed it.
You're talking about the Council of Florence.
Oh, Council of Florence, you're right. Yeah, that's the one.
Famously, St. Mark of Ephesus. He wasn't the only one, but I think there were only like maybe 2 or 3 other bishops that agreed with him, but he is like famous for having the most staunch opposition to it. But even prior to that, prior to reception, there are a lot of problems with that council. Like if you read a lot of the accounts of the Eastern bishops and the Eastern delegation, they describe being under like severe duress at that council, and basically they're on false pretenses. Like the Bishop of Rome promised an allowance, he promised housing, he promised to feed them. They show up there, and the Bishop of Rome starts using this as a form of leverage against them. Like, unless you agree to this council, then you will not receive all these things that I promised you. And I think there are accounts, I think David Erhan also covers this, of bishops there who had to like sell their vestments for food because they couldn't buy food. So we think that the council is kind of defective from the get-go. That said, immediately after the council, you have 3 major patriarchs of the East of Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. Like immediately, as soon as their bishops get home, they rejected the council. Constantinople is the only one that agreed, and it's like out of political expediency.
That's the top one, though, right? And then it's only when the people kind of resisted it that they reversed it, right? So my question is, so it becomes like this thing where the church can't.
I don't mean to cut you off, but it's like the language that you use, like to reverse it would mean that it was accepted in the first place. Like I don't think that council was even received in the first place by those jurisdictions in the East.
Well, wasn't it like all the bishops signed it except for one? So then, yeah, including Constantinople. So wouldn't that be like basically they accepted it except for that one guy, and then they reversed it, right? Isn't that what happened? Like I don't know. I'm sorry.
Again, the council was very defective, and second of all, like the bishop signing onto it was provisional. It was contingent upon their patriarch also being on board with it back at home.
Okay. But Constantinople did sign it.
Yes.
That's pretty big, right?
I mean, yeah, but they're a separate jurisdiction. They can't tell the other jurisdictions what they have to do.
If I might interject to help you think about it this way, do you know anything about how tribal politics used to work in old Native America? Where so to put it this way, if a bunch of chiefs got together and signed a treaty, but then the big chief wasn't present, the treaty could be considered void. Well, all these bishops, all these bishops signed Florence, but their patriarch wasn't on board with it, so that signature was void.
Is that what happened, bro? Is that what happened with Florence?
Well, I mean,
anyway, my point is this though: if
yeah,
if the councils make some kind of ruling, and then the people can kind of force them to reverse it, right? After whatever amount of time, the reception of the church, if the church doesn't receive it, then they can kind of get them to change it, right? So then, how is the church really like this pillar of the truth at that point? You know, it's not really. It's like this kind of back and forth between the church and the people. You know,
I mean, like where?
what do you mean where?
What back and forth between the people? And that the Council of Florence was rejected immediately. It was the bishops only signed on in the first place under duress, and then it wasn't even received by the patriarchs when they brought it back home.
Okay.
So I don't see a back and forth there. But what is your worldview? I see you're a Christian, but
my worldview. What do you mean by that? I'm a Protestant, I guess. I guess you guys would call me that. I don't really consider myself that, but I do believe in the 5 solas and stuff like that. So, but my next question would be then, like, so do you think is reception the mechanism of how the church's rules are sort of kept? Like, I don't understand. Or is there a not circular way to understand what is the truth of the church's rulings, like other than just the church said so, you know?
I mean, you believe the Bible is ontologically unique, right? You believe it is the word of God. It is inspired, right? It is like God breathed. The Bible says that the church is ontologically unique in the same way that the Bible is, that it is an extension of the incarnation of Christ. It is the body of Christ. It has the same body. So
which do you use then? The Bible or the
both?
Church?
Use both.
So okay, so then I could check in the Bible to see whether the church's ruling is false, and then I could reject it, or what are you saying?
No, because you're not an authority.
So then that's what I'm saying.
In fact, you have no authorities. That's my critique of like. So it sounds like you're kind of non-denom, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of my critique of your view. Is that your view is basically just theological relativism. Just whatever way that you can interpret the Bible that makes sense to you, that's what you see as the truth. In Holy Orthodoxy, we have objective truths. Like there are certain ways that you must interpret the Bible, and of course, we don't understand everything in this life. Like again, the example of the toll houses, that there's a range of permissible views on some things. But again, we have objective truths, and for those things that we don't know fully yet, a range of permissible truths. You don't have that
anymore. You're suggesting that I have the Bible as my objective truth, and
you interpret it however you want.
No, I don't interpret it however I want. There's rules to interpretation as well, like logic.
Okay, but you just said that if the church interprets it one way, you read your Bible, you think it should be interpreted another way, that you have the authority to reject that counsel for yourself.
Well, I'm just asking you how you can possibly just falsify the idea that the church is perfect. You know, if it's unfalsifiable, then it's just like,
I didn't say it's perfect. There is a human element to the church. It's made up of people.
So it's not infallible?
The church?
Mm-hmm.
As in its entirety, as a whole, the church has a promise of infallibility from Christ. It is the pillar and ground of the truth. It is filled with the Holy Spirit. It is ontologically unique. It is the body of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that said, there are a lot of sinful human beings that make it up, in the same way that in the Bible, you have an imperfect transmission of the text. As we saw Father Stephen in his book, said that you really can't even identify an original text. Like autographa, like the autographs, that's kind of a myth. You use the first edition of Luke and Acts or the second edition of Luke and Acts. We have nothing close to what Moses wrote about the Torah, like nothing close at all. What we have is the product of like something that's sorry.
What? So you saying what are you saying?
When it comes to the Torah, when it comes to the Torah, we have nothing close to what Moses wrote. What we have is the result. This is shocking to you, huh?
Well, I don't believe it. I don't believe that. That is shocking. Is not what I would call that. I would say that's like not even. It's just like bizarre. Like, how could you even believe that? What do you mean by that? Like, you're saying
What language did
are you
Moses
saying?
speak?
Hebrew.
He spoke some Canaanite language. It was like a Neo-Canaanite language. He
How do
didn't
you know that? Because I guess you're gonna
historical
say to me that.
documents at the time,
Well,
engravings.
no,
Paleo-Hebrew
I mean,
came
no,
down later. Paleo-Hebrew
no. Well,
started.
what this what
Listen,
this what
listen,
you're. I
listen.
think what you're getting at. I think what you're getting at is that inscriptions that we found that are dated from that era are in Paleo-Hebrew. Therefore, Hebrew that we have today did not exist at the time. I think that's what you're getting at.
Paleo-Hebrew didn't exist at the time of Moses, man. Paleo-Hebrew existed at the time of like Saul and Samuel.
They don't really know. They don't really know. They only know that there was these inscriptions from that period.
So you want to take a skeptical, a skepticism position. I don't think that'll help you when it comes to text criticism.
Well, text criticism, that's a complex field. I was just talking about when they date the origin of the Hebrew language. Like, I don't think they can definitively say that it wasn't in that period. What they're going on is the basis that the oldest inscriptions they have from that period, like 1200 BC, etc., is Paleo-Hebrew. So they say that they don't have any inscriptions from that period that are in more later Hebrew. So they'll say that later Hebrew doesn't come about until later. But that's not actual. That's more of an argument from silence than anything else. It's not really like a.
My point is the Torah that we have today, Moses, he wrote something down for sure. And the Torah we have today is Mosaic in origin. But you have a lot of indicators that a lot of it is like scribal additions and like edits that came later after the fact. Like one of the main examples, one of the biggest examples is like the city of Dan.
Theoretical, bro. It's also theoretical. Like, look, come on, man.
Okay,
like,
then let's make it concrete.
Jesus calls it Moses, right? He doesn't call it Moses and the scribes. He calls it Moses because it's from Moses. Yeah.
Let's make it concrete. If the city of Dan was not called to the city of Dan until after Moses died in the Canaanite conquest, how on earth is he referring to it as the city of Dan in Genesis?
I don't know. Maybe because he's prophetic. I don't know about that case. I don't know about that case in individually, but like these things, there's usually other alternate explanations we can give. I don't want to like. I understand that there's very strong text critical arguments in this area, but I think you'll find when you investigate them closely.
Like, this is not one person. Like. That is responsible for like each individual text. It is many people, like editors, scribes, the transmission of the text going down. Like you would have to say that every single one of those people are inspired by the Holy Spirit, and we think they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
But I don't think that works with a sola scriptura view. I mean, like,
why doesn't that work with sola scriptura? But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the idea that there were additions made and there were differences made. I understand that. That's
why do you accept? Here, let me make that point. Why do you accept the New Testament list of books? And I guess because they're like apostolic in origin, they have some connection to the apostles, right?
Yeah. That's part of it. Yeah, mostly. Well, I mean, that would be one qualifier for why.
Well, I mean, what if you have a bunch of scribes in between? Like, for example, the longer ending of Mark. Do you accept that?
I do, but I just don't. I mean, I just don't think
it's not in the Mark. Probably didn't write that.
Well, I dispute the notion that these early like texts like Sinaiticus and stuff were really superior to the Greek text. The Byzantine tradition.
Well,
so
do you know where the longer ending of Mark? Do you know where it comes from?
Where it comes from?
It comes from a lectionary. you don't have any lectionaries.
I mean, look, they found it in Sinaiticus and Vatican.
Sinaiticus is from like what, the
Sinai
300s, 400s.
Yeah, well, that's fine. That's from another place. It's from Egypt. Like there's the Antiochian tradition, the Byzantine tradition. That's the one I would say is the superior textual tradition. So
what's your criteria for which one is the superior textual tradition?
Well, there's the fact that it was always the one that the church used, and like texts like Sinaiticus and Vaticanus weren't found until the 19th century. So the church
your criteria is what the church has always used.
That's one of the criteria, yes.
you realize,
and also it's the majority text. It's the majority. It's also like there's many reasons why I would support the Byzantine tradition over the Alexandrian tradition. But anyway,
okay,
we're getting away from what I was asking you. The point
but
is,
there
like,
are many things that the church has always done that you don't accept.
no. I'm not. That's not why I respect it. I'm saying. What I'm just suggesting to you is that God would not allow the church to use some incomplete Bible for the entire period of its history until the 19th century.
What
That's
what
I'm
do you
saying.
think the church used the Bible for?
For preaching the word of God.
You don't think they
I'm
used it
saying
in
God-
the liturgy?
Yeah, that's fine. That's one use. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not saying that's bad or anything. I'm just saying that's what I'm saying to you is the reason, among other reasons, though, like Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are inferior texts in other ways too. They're rife with errors. They're just inferior texts compared to like most of these Byzantine texts, which are very, very accurate. There's many reasons why we should accept the Byzantine tradition over these Alexandrian texts.
Why?
But anyway, my point is this, brother. Listen, I'm just trying to get at this idea.
Why do you believe this? I'm genuinely curious about this. Why do you believe that the Holy Spirit worked into the church to preserve the Bible and the text, but somehow these exact same people messed up on like literally every single other thing?
I don't think they messed up on every other thing. I think many of them were saved, and many of them were like, I'm not saying that the whole Orthodox Church is unsaved or anything. I'm just saying like they're wrong about many things.
Like
so
what?
that's my belief. Like I mean, well, for example, this notion that they could just accept the church's pronouncements and there's no way to check whether they're wrong or not is circular. That's what I'm trying to say here.
You think some like Enlightenment system of checks and balances existed in the Second Temple period?
Well, I think for example,
that didn't exist until like John Locke, man.
Look at Acts 17:11, right? When Paul tells the Bereans about Jesus, right? They check in the scriptures to make sure that it was so, right? So they don't just believe Paul, even though Paul's an apostle. They don't just believe him; they check the scriptures. So I think that's the pattern of what the Bible is telling us to do. How we should check the correct doctrines.
Here's the thing with the Bereans: they had the same Bible before and after Paul. Why did they need Paul?
They needed Paul because
Paul is just a fallible man. Revelation. They have the infallible word of God.
No, but Paul is revealing the mystery of the gospel, right? It's a mystery. It was a mystery revealed to him by Christ. He reveals it to them. However, they need to check the scriptures to make sure that it was so.
But aren't the scriptures perspicuous? You know what the scriptures say by other scriptures. Why do they need Paul?
No. It's perspicuity doesn't mean that you can just easily understand everything. It means that ultimately it can be understood using reason, right? But there's certain things such as like the gospel wasn't revealed until Jesus came and revealed it, and in his death and resurrection. Now he's telling them about it.
That's interesting. Right? So Jesus revealed the gospel to who? His apostles. What else did he give his apostles? Gave them authority. He gave them binding and loosing power.
Yeah, but I don't think he just gave it to them. I think it's kind of like to the church, I don't. And honestly, I don't see that. I don't see any apostolic.
Fascinating.
I don't see any apostolic. What do they call it? Apostolic
succession.
Succession, right? I don't see that being taught in the New Testament. So, but like I say, it's still got the circularity problem where you're saying to me that you accept whatever the church tells you, and there's no way for you to check.
Yeah, it's not my role to check the church. The bishops check. I receive.
So the bishops are part of the church. It's just like you have to just believe whatever they tell you. It becomes like there's no way to.
Yes. You have to believe what you're in the same way that in Matthew 23, Jesus tells the people The Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses. Whatever they tell you to observe, that observe and do, but do not do as they do, because they are hypocrites.
Right? No. Well, he's not saying to them to just do whatever they tell you. Literally, he's saying do whatever they tell you as long as it's Moses. That's why he says they sit in the seat of Moses.
That's
why
the claim to authority.
Come on. Hold on a sec.
Sitting in the seat
of... to me. Wait. If you're suggesting to me that Jesus is telling them that they should just uncritically accept whatever the Pharisees say, and then he goes on in that speech to just call them like blind guides and hypocrites and all this other stuff. He's clearly not saying to just accept whatever they tell you. What he's saying to them is accept whatever they tell you, as long as it aligns with Moses.
Nowhere is he telling the Israelites to use their own discretion and what the Pharisees tell them to do. So you are telling me, hold on. You made your point. You made your point. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. No, Jesus says,
don't do what they do.
Jesus says, whatever they tell you to observe, that observe and do. And you are telling me, excuse me, you are telling me that means the exact opposite?
No, I'm saying it said, wait. And I'm not
use your discretion in what they tell you to do.
Hold on a sec. It says observe what they do from Moses. Observe. It's like
it does not say that. It says
whatever. Moses' seat.
It says whatever.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Whatever they tell you to do, that observe and do.
Right after he says do it, don't do what they do, right? So that clearly relies on their discernment. And also the fact that he said,
don't do what they do. What they tell you to do, that observe and do.
Please. Come on. We have to use our use of the context, right? He's using the context, right?
You don't understand the context.
Sit in Moses. I do understand the context. He's saying they sit in Moses' seats. So when he says observe what they tell you to observe is observe what they tell you to observe from Moses. He's not saying to just observe whatever they do, because look, he criticizes their other laws that aren't in the law of Moses, such as the hand washing and other things like that, right? We've seen that in other parts of the Gospels.
There are instances
right there in that
Jesus'
speech,
authority is higher than the Pharisees, so he can tell the disciples to do whatever they want. To all the lay people, he says, what the Pharisees tell you to observe, that observe and do. It's unqualified.
From Moses. No, it's clear. No, wait. Think about it. When the Pharisees tell him to, when the Pharisees tell him, right? Why don't your disciples wash their hands? And he says to them, well, that's not in the law of Moses, right? So it's like they're supposed to do what the Pharisees tell them within Moses. That's obvious.
And also, Jesus spoke to the crowds and to his disciples, saying, the scribes and the Pharisees have seated themselves in the chair of Moses. Therefore, all that they tell you to observe, do and
Moses.
keep.
Observe from Moses. It's observe in Moses.
You are adding words to the Bible.
Guides. No, I'm not. This is context.
All they tell you, do and keep, but do not do according to their deeds, for they say things and do not do them. So don't do the things they do the things they say.
Yeah. So okay,
it's unqualified.
Wait. So if the Pharisees tell them to wash their hands, right? Which they do, the Pharisees do wash their hands, right? And Jesus said to his disciples not to wash their hands.
He has greater authority than the Pharisees do.
It's not because he has greater authority, it's because it's not in the law of Moses. That's the point of it. Yeah, of course he has greater authority, but that's not why. It's because
what do you think this phrase means that they sit in the seat of Moses? What do you think that means?
It means that they are supposed to read the law to the people who can't read and understand those things.
They have authority in a chain of succession from Moses.
No, they don't have Moses' authority. They don't.
Are you aware of aware of the Second Temple idea of Shemitah?
Never heard of that one. What's that?
So the cultural context in the Second Temple period was that the Pharisees were in authority from a chain of ordinations that goes all the way back to Moses, and this idea was referred to as Shemitah. Okay, and what type of authority did they receive? Well, you see this in Exodus 13. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, sanctify to me every firstborn, the first offspring of every womb among the sons of Israel, both man and beast, it belongs to me. So one sentence God said here. For the next 14 verses, this is Moses explaining what this one sentence means, how to apply it, and how to actually practice it. Did any of the Israelites have the authority to say, well, Moses, this is just a fallible interpretation. You're a fallible man. I have God's word right here. I don't need to listen to your interpretation. Were the Israelites authorized to say that?
No, because Moses is giving them God's word. The thing is, though,
God's word is right here. This is Moses said to the people.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, like, if you have a donkey, this is what this means. If you have an unclean animal, this is what this means. If you have a sheep, then you should sanctify a sheep for a donkey. If you don't have a sheep, then just kill the donkey. You have to break its neck. So none of that is what God said to Israel. All of that is what Moses said to the people. Who sits in the seat of Moses?
No, Moses. No,
the Pharisees do.
Moses is speaking for the God's word, but that's what I'm saying to you. The Pharisees are sitting in Moses' seat to observe Moses' law.
They have this. They have this kind of interpretive power.
No, do you think? No, they don't. They absolutely do not. They absolutely do not.
Then how do they shut people out of heaven? How do they shut people out of heaven?
They shut people out of heaven because they're not allowing the people. They're not telling the people the right way to get to heaven, which is believe in Jesus.
That's not what the Bible says.
What does it say?
It says you shut by binding heavy burdens to the people and not loosing them.
No, it doesn't. That's not what it says. That's not what it says. That's not what it says. It says that. That's part of the thing that they do. They also don't allow people into heaven. It's not like that. It's by doing that. It's not by doing that. Now,
how do you shut people out?
This thing. You
shut off the kingdom of heaven from people. You do not even enter yourselves, nor do you allow those who are entering to go in. How on earth somebody is entering and they cannot allow them to go in? How is that?
Because they're teaching them this law-based philosophy. They're not teaching them about faith in Christ. That's my view.
Chapter, verse.
Well, look, every time Jesus talks about going to the kingdom of heaven, he talks about, look what Jesus says, if you believe in me, you have everlasting life. Believe. He
also says, if you love me, you will follow my commands.
Yeah, so, if you love him, you'll follow the commands.
I want to stay on this point because this is like devastating to your non-denom view. The Pharisees can tie up heavy burdens and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves are unwilling to move them with so much as a finger.
So hold on.
Scribes and Pharisees, you shut off the kingdom of heaven.
Wait.
Let me finish my point. Because if we talk over each other, this is going to be like indiscernible in the VOD. But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! You shut off the kingdom of heaven from people. You do not enter in yourselves, nor do you allow those who are entering to go in. Even those who are on their way to heaven, the Pharisees have the authority to shut them out because they have this authority of Moses, which you see practiced in Exodus 13.
It doesn't say they have authority. And also, by the way, when it says that they bind heavy burdens to people, right?
That's the binding and loosing power.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But hold on. Are the people supposed to obey that when they say that? When they say that they should obey this burden? Because he's criticizing that, right? And he's saying to them that don't do what they do. He's saying to them that
he is telling them that they are abusing their authority by creating loopholes in the law. Yes.
Right. So if the Pharisees tell the people to bear this burden, are they supposed to do it? Is that what Jesus is saying? No, he's not. He's not saying that. He's saying because they do this, don't believe them.
I think we kind of reached a point where we're not going to agree, but I think it's pretty clear where it says all that they tell you to do. This says all they tell you to do and keep, but do not do according to
all
their
that
deeds.
They observe. It says all that they observe.
And you are telling me that this means not all that they tell you to do and keep.
Yes, all that they tell you to observe from Moses, obviously, because that's what he's saying.
It doesn't say that.
Seat. No,
that means authority.
That's no, it isn't. It's not.
You don't know anything about the Second Temple period context.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, well, he's not. Jesus is not supporting.
Look at the Mishnah.
Jesus is not supporting the Mishnah. Jesus is not supporting the Mishnah. He's not supporting Simple Temple Judaism. He's not
citing it as
he's against it. He's against Second Temple.
Do you understand that there are different ways to use evidence?
Yes.
You know there are different kinds of evidences, right? I'm not citing the Mishnah as authoritative. I'm saying that there is one way, excuse me, there is one way that the listeners would have understood what Jesus is saying here. And that's the way that I'm telling you.
No, I don't know. There's no reason to believe that. Again, there's no reason to believe that. Jesus is criticizing the Pharisees. He's criticizing the Pharisees. He's criticizing their whole institution. He's calling them blind guys. He's calling them hypocrites.
Yeah, they're bad people.
He's not suggesting that the people should just obey whatever they say.
Okay, so this says all they tell you to do and keep, and you're telling me this means not all they tell you to do.
No, because you're taking that one scripture out of context. I'm
the only one putting it in context.
No, you're not. You're not at all. Because the context is that he's talking about Moses' law. He's saying what they tell you from Moses, obey from Moses. He's not saying that they have to obey hand washing. He's not saying they have to obey these other things.
Yes, they do.
The Pharisees add on. No, they don't.
They do.
Of course not. Why would Jesus tell the people to obey hand washing if he told his disciples
this might be shocking to you because they have authority over people, and non-denoms have this enlightenment value. They don't want anybody to have authority over them.
And anyway, look, are you trying to say we're under this law, this covenant of Moses?
Good question. So if we go into Matthew 21, we see that Jesus took this power away from the Pharisees. If we go to Matthew 16, 18, 28, and John 20, let me finish the point. Jesus promises this authority and then delivers it to his disciples. He starts a new chain of authority. That's the way they would have understood it in the Second Temple period, a new shmikah. There is no other way to understand this.
No. Why would they understand it that way? Why would they? No,
because every single Second Temple Jewish source says that.
Who cares? No, that's not the way we should.
Who cares?
Every single thing. No,
forget about how the people at the time would have understood it. Forget about it.
That's not necessarily how they would have understood it. He's being so critical of them. He's being so critical of their whole institution. He already has told them that their hand-washing law is not from Moses. Matthew 15. He's already told them that there are things that they add to the law. Yes, so all the things that they add to Moses, he's suggesting that when they add to Moses, you don't have to follow that. He's already said that. He's already said.
So again, this says all they tell you do and keep. You're telling me. Let me finish my point, please. Don't interrupt me. You are telling me that not. This means not all they tell you do and keep.
Bro, look,
you're telling me this means the exact opposite.
It's very simplistic the way you're trying to establish or trying to.
Okay, let me ask you this.
What I'm saying. What is? Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Fine.
Explain what I'm saying to you is that when he says the scribes and Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, and he says whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do. He's saying observe what they bid you to observe from Moses' law.
Dude, they don't even have a copy of Moses' law.
Yes, but he's suggesting that the people should have this understanding that there's things that they're adding on. They would know that. They would know that. And there's ways that those things would get around to them too. It's not like everyone. The Pharisees aren't like the only ones. They're not like some monolithic group, right? There's some Pharisees that would explain things differently. There's debates among them, right? So there would be this discussion in the community about what exactly they're teaching, whether it's right or wrong, and there would have been that that kind of understanding that there's a pushback against what they teach.
When Isaiah in Isaiah chapter 1 prophesies and says that your judges will be restored as at first.
Mm-hmm.
He's prophesying about the church. He says your judges will be restored as at first.
I don't know if that's about the church or what. I don't know if it's about the Orthodox Church for sure. I don't know. It seems like that's what you're reaching for to try to defend this. I'm trying to ask you, man. Like
I'm telling you even in those days, your view discounts all the prophecies in the Old Testament about the church.
No, it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. And also,
is the government of the church built upon Christ's shoulders? Like Isaiah says in chapter 9, that the government will be upon his shoulders.
Yeah, of course.
And you're telling me that government built upon the shoulders of Christ is everybody has a book and decides for themselves what it means?
No, look, don't.
That's built on the shoulders of Christ.
Don't stop me like that. That's just.
I'm
like,
asking you if
what
it's
you're trying to-
wrong,
well,
then explain it.
If the option is believe whatever the church tells me and I can't question it under any circumstances, that's
you
not
can ask
what Christ
questions.
said.
You have no authority to
ask
overturn
questions?
that.
Well, this is the thing. Even the Pharisees in Christ's time, there was debates. They weren't some monolithic organization that just said everything.
You're right. They had synods, which is what the Orthodox Church has today. They had synods and councils.
They didn't just have synods. They had also just factions, literal factions. Like there was people that supported Gamaliel. There was people that supported other teachers. There's people that supported the Messiah ben Joseph prophecy.
So
others
what?
Supported the Messiah.
What's
ben
your point?
David. I'm saying that there's no monolithic understanding of what the Pharisees teach. First of all, secondly, they weren't the ones who ran the temple. There was the Sadducees who ran the temple. So what? So whatever you're trying to suggest that the Pharisees had some kind of like monolithic rule over they
had authority.
The rule. No, they didn't have the authority that you're suggesting, as in the same way the Orthodox does, where they just make a law and everyone just obeys it. They did it.
This is how they would have understood what he's saying in the Second Temple period.
No, again,
literally no other way to understand that.
You're trying to say to me that I don't understand the history when you can't explain to me how there are factions among the Pharisees, how they have different doctrines, different views on the scripture, different ways of seeing it. And so if there was some monolithic rule by the Pharisees in the council, which they didn't even have a council. They weren't the council. The council.
They did have councils. You don't even know.
No, the council was Sadducees.
They had
Sanhedrin.
They had regional. Excuse me. They had regional Sanhedrins for their diaspora synagogues, and in Alexandria. Yes, it is.
The Pharisees are not in the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin is Sadducees, bro. Come on, man.
There were Pharisees in the Sanhedrin. Okay?
Maybe one or two. It doesn't mean that
Gamaliel was a Pharisee. He's on the Sanhedrin. There were So are there no Pharisees on the Sanhedrin? I just showed you there is.
I don't think there.
Okay, so you don't know.
No. I don't know how much, but the majority of the council is Sadducees for sure. That's without a doubt. No, all the high priests were Sadducees. All the people in charge of the temple were Sadducees, not Pharisees. So it's like you're ignoring. No, because you're trying to paint this picture as if the Pharisees had this kind of monolithic power similar to the Orthodox.
Literally,
Church.
Jesus said they do. It's not.
No, they don't.
It's weaker than the Orthodox Church because the prophecies in the Old Testament say that the fulfillment of Christ's kingdom, of Christ's people, will be even better. You will have even better authorities. The judges will be restored as at first. Jeremiah 1:26. Or sorry, Isaiah 1:26. You have Isaiah 9 that it will be built upon his shoulders. You have Daniel 2:44 that says the kingdom will last forever.
Yeah,
the kingdom will last forever, and no one.
I don't necessarily think that that's referring to the Orthodox.
Yeah. So again, you just interpret the Bible however you see fit because you are a theological relativist. You are a relativist.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
not. You have
no
objective truths.
No. Well, you're just accepting the church's interpretation. Like, there's many reasons why we would think that those.
And do you believe it's the body of Christ?
The body of Christ is the church.
You accept the list of books and the manuscripts from the church, but you don't accept their interpretations.
I don't
see how that's like a huge inconsistency.
No, I don't. I don't think that's from the church. Also, by the way, none of this like removes the fact that you're saying that there's this circular idea that you just have to believe whatever the church says, even though
that's how an authority works.
Rulings. Well, they change their rulings and stuff. Like, why does the Florence thing even happen if they're just like
it was never accepted in the first place?
That's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like you're just
literally read any book on Florence. They'll tell you that.
Why would the people in Berea be able to just question Paul like that? Or why does Paul then have to go to the Council of Judea?
Why do they need Paul if the scriptures are perspicuous and self-interpreting? Read this on the Council of Florence and you'll learn about it. But anyway, GG's, dude. I think we've reached a stalemate here.
Okay, but perspicuity doesn't mean that you're just going to understand everything in the Bible without any help. You
Fair enough.
Teaching and instruction.
And who's authorized to do that?
Well, I don't think it's the Orthodox Church. And there's the thing is, the only way you're showing me that they are is that they told you they are. You know,
how do you know
That's
what the
it's
church
circular.
got right and wrong?
How do you know that the church isn't just telling you that they're the authority? You're just believing.
How do
them.
you know what the church got right and wrong?
I check in the Bible.
How do you know they
first-
told you the right Bible?
No, the Bible. I don't believe the Bible was told to me by the church. It was given.
Who preserved it? Who preserved it?
God preserved it. God preserved
Through
it.
who?
He used the church, yeah, but not your church. I don't necessarily think it's your church.
He used guys like
It was the early church.
Athanasius, like Augustine, like Saint Basil,
Yeah,
like
so
Saint
that
Gregory
doesn't
of
mean they're
Nyssa,
not-
Saint Gregory
I
of
don't think they would have
Nazianzus, Saint John of
necessarily
Damascus.
supported
Those
your
are my
church.
people. They're my.
No, they're not. No,
they're on
no,
my
no, they're not.
side.
Well, the Catholics say the same thing. Why did they say that? Why do you say that they're yours?
We died for these manuscripts. We preserved these manuscripts. We were burned on the stake for these
You didn't,
manuscripts.
you
And then you're going to
didn't,
take all of
Don't
them and you're
take
going to
credit. Don't take that
disregard their
credit.
teachings.
I don't disregard their teachings, and I don't. And also,
You
I don't.
100% totally holistically disregard all of their teachings.
You disregard many of their teachings as well. You don't just follow everything they say.
L.
And also, by the way, like the Catholics also like use those guys as their tradition as well. So you can't just say that. Oh, it's our.
Oh, so this is like the fallacy that everybody uses. Oh, they disagree, so you can't be right.
What? I'm trying to say that.
So what? Why are you
saying?
saying the Roman Catholics disagree?
What? I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that they're not
Who
your
cares?
tradition. The fact that you personally
They are my
say that-
traditions.
yeah, but so the Roman Catholics say the same thing.
They are
why
wrong. Why are you bringing?
Okay.
You're not Roman Catholic.
No, I'm just saying to you that the fact that you even say that, like, you can't prove that. You're just saying that because your church said that. That's the only basis you have for that.
I can
Everything
prove
you're
it, but
saying
we
is-
would have to go through every single proof. So
No, you
GG's,
can't prove it. It's going to be like a
GG's,
circular
thank
thing again.
you for
All right,
calling
anyway,
in.
okay, God bless.
This was GG's, yeah. But
Hey man, I'm making faces over here because, dude, if anyone was going to convince me to convert to Orthodoxy right now, it would not be you. It would be that guy. That guy's arguments were so bad that I'm over here on the side looking up the nearest Orthodox church.
glory to God.
Glory to God.
Unfortunately, there's none near me, so I have an out.
Andre, what's up, dude?
I'm doing all right. Jacob, you have no excuse. You have legs. You can walk. Do it. Do it. Do it like the apostles did it. Walk. Walk everywhere. No, I'm doing all right,
Yeah.
man. How are you doing, Alex?
Oh, just doing my best with the calls right now.
Oh, that
Guys,
was,
if you disagree in the chat, you have to call in.
oh, that was painful to listen to.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
that was really hard to get through.
Yeah.
I envy your patience.
Father Stephen, that guy exists. Protestantism refuted. Hey, Toronto Bible Study, I hope you come to the truth of the Holy Orthodox Church.
Yes, absolutely.
It takes guts to call in. I appreciate that.
No, it does. It does. And I give him credit for calling in and wanting to have an argument. I mean, it didn't end up being fruitful, but like,
You never know.
credit where
Maybe
credit's due.
a month, a year down the line. Maybe he'll
Well, yeah,
remember it.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know.
No, I say that,
Yeah,
but
and
who knows?
I don't want to make too much fun of him, but it was like so painful because I'm like, I've seen better arguments. I've seen better arguments for his position with a 2-year-old in crayon, man. I swear. It's like,
Yeah. Fair enough.
Well, so one of the things I wanted to mention, and I mentioned this in chat, this was when you were talking about how we define the Bible as infallible, and I made the comment that like infallibility properly understood is a personal quality. It's the same thing like authority, right?
Yeah.
Right. So like a person can be fallible or infallible. A text is not fallible or infallible.
That's a good
it's
point.
text, right?
Because you
So,
can interpret it in a
can-
fallible way, in the
yeah,
wrong
like
way.
it can either have errors, right? It can be errant or inerrant, which is generally my understanding the way that we would describe the text, whether it contains errors or not. And as far as the errors that everybody likes to point to, like scribal errors, they don't really mean anything because the meaning of the text doesn't change.
Yeah.
But yeah, like infallibility is a quality of an authority.
Person. Yeah. Of
Yeah,
authority.
which
yeah.
again, the
Being a
Bible is
person.
It's another one of those like personifying the Bible things that Protestants do, and they in framing it that way, and I think that's where it comes from.
Yeah, I remember I brought this up in my debate with Aaron, and I was like, "What do you mean the Bible's an authority? Like, do you put it in the judge's chair, and like the Bible uses a gavel to like say court is now in session?" Like, I don't know. Got $20 super chat from Nectarios365. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. James Green says Elijah Yassey is probably fuming right now during this live stream. Well, Yassey and I squashed the beef on Forgiveness Sunday, so I reached out to him. He was gracious enough to accept my apology. He also asked for my forgiveness in return. So that's funny. On Forgiveness Sunday, I reach out to people for forgiveness. Maybe it's the humanity in me, but I can't help but notice whether somebody asks for forgiveness back. Andre, is that a thing for you?
Well, yeah, and I try not to think about it, but
you can't not think about it.
Yeah, no, yeah, right. But forgiveness is far more prudent for us to do, even in the face of people holding grudges.
100%. Alter Void, $5. I'm confused that he said that God wouldn't allow the church. He doesn't even believe in the church, so why would God not allow? I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of problems there. It's kind of like, where do I start? It's like the Gordian knot. Jewish skeptic. What about the Thessalonians? Why were they wrong? That's like too vague. Oh, you're asking. Oh, I see. You're asking. I should have asked this to the caller, to Toronto Bible Study.
Well, because clearly they weren't Bereans. That's why they were wrong. Obviously.
Well, they accepted the teaching, whether it was written or verbal.
That's all I wanted to pop in on, because I thought that was a relevant point. And considering the guy that was calling in, I think that was a particularly apt point to make. And I wish I would have been able to make it to the guy to kind of take him down that line. Is like following, and again, like the circular argument that like, well, when I read it, I see things that the church got wrong. It's like, okay, so if you're asking for some sort of non-circular way for us to demonstrate how we can trust the church is an infallible authority, and you're relying on what you think is right or wrong, what's your non-circular argument for how you know you're right and wrong? It ultimately boils down, well, I'm guided by the Holy Spirit. I'm like, okay, so am I, and the Holy Spirit tells me that orthodoxy is true. So like,
yes,
where
we go down that line. Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna hop off and make room for somebody else. But it was nice talking to you, man.
But thanks for calling in, man. I always like Andre's input, and I feel like solidarity with him because he's also an Orthodox lawyer. He gets me,
Man, I am loving your chat. I am dying laughing at your chat.
They're great. They're the best.
They are the best people.
Who has a shofar? Spicoli here. Spicoli needs to go to church.
Someone said that I should listen to Spicoli's argument next, and I'll become a monastic.
Maybe. $5 from JB Peltier. These are your arguments when your country's currency is called loony. I think good point, dude. $10 from Sincere Hypocrite. I think Orthodox apologists have given ground of plain reading to the Protestants when they have to eisegete their presuppositions into the text. The scriptures clearly show orthodoxy is true. I agree. Yeah. Thing is, as my spiritual father once told me, he's like, Alex, when you're engaging in these things online, remember, orthodoxy is a boot and Protestantism is an ant. You don't want to crush them too hard. You have to be very careful. JB Peltier again, $5. Thank you very much. I don't think that means what you say it means. Yeah. No spit, dude. That's the contention. Yeah, we agree. We disagree on what it means. Yeah, exactly right. $10 from Sleeve 6. We need Jacob to listen to Spicoli's argument next. He might just become a monastic after that. Yeah. That'd be awesome if you go to the liturgy, man. I hope you do.
I don't know. I've looked for one near me. I don't know that there is. I haven't seen one. I'm kind of content where I am right now anyways. I will tell you, I quit the UPCI a while back over personal issues. But the church I go to is an independent church that accepts both oneness and Trinitarians, and so I get It's actually a really good church for where I'm at right now.
I hear you.
And in fact, they do communion every Sunday, which has actually given me a higher view of communion than what I previously had.
Very good. That's a step in the right direction. Next up, we have Of Abraham. What's up, Of Abraham? What's up, Of
Hello.
Abraham? How you doing?
Oh, hey. Cool. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? What's on your mind?
All right. Perfect. Yeah. So this is just something really quick I wanted to bring up that I thought about whenever I was listening to the last podcast you were having with Father Stephen. And it's around icon veneration. Not a disagreement, but it was something that I want to add a little bit of a context to because I haven't heard a lot of people mention it.
Sure.
I don't know really much about like ancient liturgics or ancient languages or anything like that, but I do have a pretty good amount of knowledge about art history. And something that was that's always pretty interesting is whenever they mention we have lots of
as
text
a little
and
bunny trail. Sorry to interrupt, but as a little bunny
Go for
trail there, I find that like art historians are just a lot more honest about the evidence for iconography than theologians are.
Well, yeah,
There's
there's
historians. It's like they don't have a dog in the fight. So
that well, I find that to be very much the case, and because we don't have any interdisciplinary studies, and Father Stephen DeYoung, I've heard him, complain about this similarly, where it's like they don't talk to each other. There's not a lot of interdisciplinary like communication, and so a lot of information that I see just kind of like flies under the radar, even of people who know like a lot about the stuff.
Yeah.
But like to put it pretty shortly, one of the things he mentioned is that we have a lot of information and a lot of attestation to relic veneration in the early church, a lot of like mentions of that kind of stuff. But anytime icon veneration, quote unquote, comes up, you just don't have as much information. Not a lot of people attest to it, or even you have people saying things like, oh, it's bad, like Tertullian, or something like that, kind of from a negative perspective. But the distinction that we have nowadays of what we think of as icons would, in that context, probably fall more so under the term relics. Now, why would I say that? Because it doesn't make a lot of sense to us nowadays, but in the context of where those types of depictions, because if you think about where, if you look at essentially what the canon of icons that we have today and how they're created, if you look back in the early first century BC and the second and the first, second, and third century AD, where that type of art style was used, it was mainly used in funerary depictions. And so someone would die, they would get a portrait like very similar to icons you would see today, like on the iconostasis. Those would be created, built inside of tombs. If you look at the ancient Alexandrian tombs, especially, you're going to see a ton of this type of iconography and a ton of these structures. There's something I haven't looked into too much, but it's something I want to look into. Because I was looking at the layouts of tombs in Alexandria, and it's even interesting how many of them they're double chambered with a wall in between it and doors leading. And if you look at it in a certain way, because they'll have like icons of the people in the tomb, and people entombed on the walls of that wall that separates the two chambers, it almost looks like an iconostasis.
That's pretty wild. I'll have to look into that.
And we know that the early Christians, celebrated over, consecrated relics in tombs. And so it's something I haven't looked in as much as I'd like
altars, which is why we have relics under our altars today.
Exactly. And so it makes a lot of sense to me, where it's like us reading backwards into it, people making this distinction, icons and relics. What we think of nowadays as icons, I think really probably could have easily been referred to back then as relics, because relics weren't just bones, they were anything kind of like connected with the deceased saint. And so that was
also a package deal. Like you said, you go to venerate the relic, the icon is right there.
It's right there. It's a
package deal.
You may not even have access to the relics themselves, because they may be entombed in kind of like, in a casket, or, their, the stone caskets they had. But then the icon would be either on top of it laid, kind of like if you've seen the icon of Christ entombed at during Holy Week, it's essentially like that, right above their tomb. Or it would have been kind of like the icons we'd see on the iconostasis, or sometimes just like pictures of their head or something. Very similar to the styles of iconography we have today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to call in and bring up.
Very good point. Thank you very much for that. Of Abram. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. See ya.
Take care. Nice guy. Good point.
Yeah, nice guy. Yeah, you would think it would be the other way around, but my Orthodox friends are like really chill about my whole position. And then it's my other, like some of my Protestant friends that are like, you're a heretic. And you would think it would be the other way around, man. But you guys don't really give me a hard time. You just encourage me to continue seeking. And then some of the Protestant guys I run into online are like, heresy.
And they say that we're exclusive. Got a $5 super chat from Mitch Rivers 9737. Can someone elaborate on who all made up the Shmikah at any given time? Scribes, rabbis, were they publicly known? Well, you see that there was a fragmentation of the offices with like the golden calf incident. Originally, it was the elders of each tribe that would offer sacrifices. That got taken away from them because of the golden calf incident. And that's when they consecrated the tribe of Levi to be the priesthood. You also see a disjointing. It's taken away from Moses, also and given to Aaron, this priestly role. You see a fragmentation of authority that goes on. So that's important to know. But basically, that's if you go to my here, I'll share the slides here. If you go to my debate with Aaron, share the screen here. Here's the passage from the Jewish Encyclopedia explaining what they believed. In the Second Temple, there existed an unbroken series of ordainers from Moses down to the time of the Second Temple. The Mishnah, this is the chronology recorded in the Mishnah, which is about 200 AD, records. Now, I'm not using this as an authority. Remember, you can use evidences in different ways. I'm using this as an historical witness. This is as an historical witness. This is what people would have believed in the Second Temple period. So Moses received the Torah from Sinai, gave it over to Joshua. Joshua gave it to the elders to the prophets, and the prophets gave it over to the men of the Great Assembly. This will be like around the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, I believe. Then they go through the members of the Great Assembly. They go through a chain. Here, I cut out a lot of it because I just wanted it to fit on the slide. But if you go to this citation right here, Perkei Avot 1:1-4, or Perkei Avot 1, you'll see a very long chronology from the Great Assembly down to the Second Temple period. Josephus says that the Pharisees delivered to the people a great many observances by succession from their fathers, and those things are not written in the law of Moses. The Pharisees have the multitude on their side. Like the people would have understood the binding and loosing authority in this way, like as a result of their succession. And this was so uncontroversial that they had a literal seat of Moses in their synagogues. That's how uncontroversial this was. So if you're going to believe these Old Testament prophecies about the fulfillment of the church, where did I put those verses?
By the way, while you're looking for that, it's interesting to note that the church, when Jesus founds it, it's based on the synagogue, not the temple.
I think it's a blend of both. But yeah, there are influences from the synagogue as well. But here are those verses. So like Jeremiah 8:8 is talking about how imperfect the old Shemitah was. He even complains about the lying pen of the scribes. And you have promises that there will be a new kingdom, right? Daniel 2:44, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which will never be destroyed, and that kingdom will not be left for another people. That kind of rebuts every single restorationist view that says like the church was taken over or there's a great falling away, that like the state took over the church. It says it will not be left for another people. It will crush and put an end to all these kingdoms, speaking about like the statue in Nebuchadnezzar's dream in Daniel chapter 2. That includes Rome. Which church defeated Rome? The church that helps us, the one that has Saint Alexander of Alexandria, that has his successor, Saint Athanasius of Alexandria. These people believed what we believe. That's the church that put an end to all these kingdoms. That's the Orthodox Church, and that will endure forever. Isaiah 9:6 says that the government God will establish, it will rest on Christ's shoulders. And Isaiah 1:26, I will restore your judges as at first, and your counselors as at the beginning. After that, you will be called the city of righteousness, a faithful city. What does Jesus say in the New Testament? The church is a city shining on a hill. You have to have a Shemitah. You have to have a chain of authority. Otherwise, it's worse than what you see in the Old Testament. So there you go, Mitch Rivers. That's the Shemitah thing. I think specifically for your question, that Mishnah passage is what you want to look at. Got a $20 super chat from Billy Hart. Dude, I haven't been slacking on the Eagle effects. Very, very generous night tonight, guys. I really appreciate that a lot. Billy Hart says, in an argument with an atheist who would try to devalue the argument of using the Orthodox Church as the truth, is it a good argument that if they're an engineer, they have to appeal to I don't know what that stands for, dude. Let me look it up real quick. National Institute of Standards Technology, measurement standards, and that's a good. That's funny to know what a volt is. It's pretty good. Yeah, somebody has to set the standard. Basically, I think it's not. I don't know if it's a good argument. I think it's a really clever analogy. Is what I think that is. Who does the chat have to say? I think that's a really good analogy to use.
They thought my Big Chief analogy was hilarious, by the way, in the comments.
I saw that. Big Chief Jacob.
Man, I didn't know what other analogy to use. I'm like, well, you know, when the tribes would sign a treaty, if the Big Chief wasn't involved, he could nullify it.
Yeah. Kingdom in context. If you disagree, come call in, man. So we have up next is Paisios.
Hello, friends.
Paisios? How you doing? What's up?
I'm doing great. I'm so sorry. Oh, crap.
It's a little
Am I
echoey,
good?
but what's on your mind, man?
Oh, I just wanted to talk to the Oneness Pentecostal guy and tell him that I was actually Pentecostal of the Assemblies of God Journey Church down in Fort Worth, Texas. And I wanted to say that I believe that if you go to a divine liturgy, you will see that the Orthodox Church is actually the fulfillment of what Pentecostalism is trying to achieve, especially with the saints and stuff.
Yeah, I take all your encouragements to heart, and maybe I'll attend a liturgy one day. But like I said, there's no church in my immediate vicinity, and I'm kind of lazy and don't like to drive very far. So
I don't think that would be a valid excuse on Judgment Day. You had a feeling the Orthodox Church was my church, you know, but remember you said you were too lazy. I mean, at least you're honest. The first step is being honest. Mitch Rivers said, Mitch Rivers said, thank you. I think the intro to your debate with Aaron should be clipped and reposted every morning. Thank you. I think it was lost on a lot of people, to be honest. 'Cause like, I mean, I think the reactions from the Orthodox side are like, and yeah, it's kind of what they expected. from the Church of Christ side, they're kind of saying that they don't really like the criticisms that I see. It just shows me that they don't really understand what I was saying. Like the idea of the cultural context and milieu is like, how would these people have understood what Christ was saying at the time? Like these words that Christ is using, they have specific meanings within the time, right? And those are important to look into, because like if you're going to go and try to interpret the Constitution, you're going to go look at what the founding fathers meant at the time. You're not going to try to read it with a lens of today, right?
See, Alex, can I be the devil's advocate on an argument?
Sure.
For a second? When it
For
comes
what?
to Moses,
For what? An argument for what?
when it comes to Moses writing the Torah, could
Okay.
I make it an argument?
I mean, I do think that he wrote it, but I think many other people also wrote it.
Well, couldn't it be interpreted that he's a prophet and that's why he can say how he dies in like the book of Deuteronomy, and how he knows that eventually the town will be called Dan? Might not make sense to the Hebrews who are around him, but couldn't he just be prophesying in that moment instead of it being a later scribal error or interpretation of his saying?
I don't think it's a scribal error. I think it originally said the original city, and then some scribe came in later and updated it so that the people will understand what he was talking about. I mean, I guess it's possible that he just used future foresight, but I mean, that would have to be ad hoc because you don't get that from the text itself.
Yeah, I just wanted to play devil's advocate. I was seeing that in chat.
Yeah.
Somebody was saying.
Yeah, I would just say you have to show me that from the text itself. Otherwise, it's ad hoc.
All right, well, I gotta go. As you can tell, I'm working, so bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye. Thanks for calling in, Paisios.
He seemed like a nice guy.
He's cool. He calls him frequently. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Duck. What's up, Duck?
Hey, what up, Alex? How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Are you taking atheist calls tonight, or?
I mean, it wasn't one of the topics, but sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. So one way to sort of exegesize the Gospels is that Jesus is portrayed in a lot of different ways with various sort of commitments to either the community, society, politics, or really just being very much into his own spirituality. And so, yeah, as an atheist, my curiosity is, yeah, this could be sort of evidence or abductive proof that, like, yeah, Jesus was a person on earth, because you do have like these rich tellings, and it's weird he popped up so many times. But it could also be proof that he was just a sort of mythologized character, because there's so many different ways he talks about. I wouldn't describe myself as a mythicist. Yeah, I don't think there's sufficient evidence in the Gospels to, conclude that the theory of Jesus that's definitive is a myth. I think there's historical accounts. I think there's theological accounts, and then there's also, just the sort of dismissing that that Jesus and the Gospels are ahistorical and likely just made up.
I mean, do you think that like other historical documents are just made up? Like, was the Caesar's History of Rome? Like, on what basis do you think they're just made up?
So if I recall correctly, that there would be more, like, you use the word historical, so there would be more historical evidence of like the Roman bureaucracy and events that happened. When they're, and in the case of the Gospels, the Bible writ large, they're
doesn't Luke have all those same qualities that you just said? Like the Gospel of Luke?
I think the best evidence is that there was a real Peter who was the first church father. That's the best evidence that there are some real references in the Bible, but that doesn't mean that the Bible is that like the Gospels or Luke was written to be true. You'd have to tell me more about that.
Okay, but you said that like you accept Caesar's History of Rome as like an attempt at an historical account because it has like all these different criteria, like one that you said, or you're gonna have to refresh my memory because it's 1 a.m. here. I'm a little tired, but one criteria is that it like recounts events like the way a historian would, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the specific. Okay, so here's what I'm good at. I can understand if we're talking about like historical things, right? I know I don't sound real smart, but like you could
No, you're
point me
good,
to
man.
evidences. Yeah,
like
you
Luke
could point
literally
me to
says, like,
evidences and
"Hey,
stuff.
I'm going around. I'm talking to all the witnesses because I'm trying to get to the bottom of what happened." And doesn't that strike you as like this guy is trying to give a historical account of what happened?
Sort of, but Mark is my favorite gospel, and the fact that Mark kicks off with this reference to Isaiah and John the Baptist could be taken as like a beautiful sort of fast-moving way to push that gospel story along. And it can also be just like, well, this is just a comfortable introduction to a story that's being written.
So it's
And
like,
so I would see people, place names, things like that as this more the same.
is that like your only hesitancy to Christianity? Is that you don't think the Gospels are written historically enough?
No. I mean, it's the main dispute that I would have is the inconsistent accounts of morality. Some people
hold
would
on,
say
hold
goodness.
on. You're an
goodness.
atheist, man.
Yeah.
You're talking about inconsistent accounts of morality.
I'm
not trying to pull your leg
yeah.
here too much, man, but I don't even think you have an account for morality.
Yeah, I mean it's a very popular talking point online. And
I mean,
in
I think
reality,
it's a pretty important one too. I get that's probably why it's a common talking point, because I don't think there's
I'm
really
not
an
sure.
adequate account for it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there, but yeah,
No,
I don't
good.
know where you're at with your own philosophy and stuff. But I think as you do
Just a guy
progress,
asking questions, man.
yeah, but as you progress, I think you'll see that that a secular or an account that makes no reference to theology, or even in some cases maybe even doesn't make reference to naturalism, you can find both the moral grounds as well as it seems to bubble back up into just that sort of common sense moral thinking. And this is, I think, a common trait with all sort of ethical theories.
What's the grounding for your common sense?
Yeah, okay, so like let's say if I oppose the death penalty, for example, it's a good example, and I could have a reason to oppose the death penalty because I think the electric chair is, who knows, it's not that awesome. And it's especially not that awesome when you strap a person into it. And then so to me, that, and I could be, who knows, maybe I'm an electrical engineer or I'm a physician. And so this is the moral position I reach. This is one reason I oppose the death penalty.
So you're a relativist. This is just relativism.
You're
just telling me about your preferences.
I mean, let's
let Duck respond to that. I don't want to double team him here. No offense.
Yeah, telling me about my preferences. I mean, that seems like a critique that you levied very quickly without really thinking about it.
Is it wrong? Just tell me if it's wrong. Like, why are you trying to psychoanalyze me? Like, this is like, I'm not trying to come at you. I just think like, I am trained in like a very practical way of thinking, and I am not going to beat around the bush. I'm just going to tell you what I think. So
sure.
I'm not making assumptions about your character. I'm just saying it seems like it's a preference. If it's wrong, then tell me. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not made of glass.
Okay, so are we talking about moral relativism or?
Yes, it sounds like you are a moral relativist, and I think it goes further than that, but I mean, we can just stick to the moral relativism.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and so I would say that like if a physician described to you the effects of high electric currents running through a person's brain, I don't think I think there's enough there that someone who holds a morally an objectivist position, I think it's called, would say that like electrocuting a brain is meets like reasonably meets the criteria for something that could be objectively held as wrong.
Okay, so I levied against you that you are a by admission, a moral relativist, and now you're explaining to me the process of electrocution. Like, how is that responsive at all to my critique?
Yeah, so I didn't feel within the vein of questioning there. I didn't feel you had earned, I didn't feel we had earned a deeper theoretical response. Is that wrong?
What do you mean what are you talking about, theoretical response?
Yeah, well, you can say
why
moral
should I follow your
relativism,
moral preferences?
I never said that you should follow moral preferences,
okay,
but I can't make
mine.
the claim that morality.
I'm saying you should follow mine.
Well, to me, that sounds right. I don't want to get into I'm not going to throw a hissy fit up here, but that does sound like it is, like that is a moral preference to say, well, follow mine. You just, I mean, I'm not going to play semantics games, but
because I'm not
is
saying,
that admitting?
I'm saying that you should
in
follow
what
my
sense
view
was that
because
admitting?
there are objective truths within my view. Your view, you're saying, well, this is my truth. That's your truth. At least that's the vibe that I'm getting.
I mean, no, because if someone isn't in your view,
I'm trying to have fun right now. I'm not not life or death for me right now. Like,
well, and that's to me sort of the main point, is that it seems very rational that a physician or an electrical engineer opposing the death penalty because the electric chair is an awful way to kill someone. If that is instantly incredulous because it's for the reason that it's secular, and then so therefore all other theoretical grounding is thrown out, that seems like it's maybe you just don't care. But
can I be honest? I'm not trying to be like rude or mean, but I don't even know what you're saying right now.
Okay,
no offense.
That's cool.
Let me ask you this: in your worldview, what stops anyone from just saying like, okay, sure. Would you say you're like generally you have like Western Enlightenment values? I'm not trying to like trap you or a trick question. I'm just trying to learn more about you. And I'm not trying to put a label on you, just like generally.
It's moderately fair. It would be moderately fair to say that, yeah.
Okay, so
but not
why
totally, yeah.
on what basis should I follow like your Enlightenment Western values over like trying to become Genghis Khan and like taking over many countries and just like sleeping with as many women as possible, like taking as many slaves as possible, killing people, repopulating
the planet by yourself,
repopulating the planet by myself. Like, on what basis can you say that like those things are wrong and your things are correct?
Oh my. I would say my main point would be that repopulation is one value that comes in amongst many other values where you'd have to hear other people's opinions too.
Yeah, so you have no basis on which you can say like murder and theft and at all expense, like repopulating the earth for lack of better terms, reproducing as much as possible with as many women as you can.
Right.
You have no basis on which to say that's wrong, right?
That would be complete news to me that I can't do that.
Well,
I don't know.
Do that? I'm asking you, like, show me.
So saying that murder is wrong. Yeah, murder in any society is wrong, and
why?
And it's consequential in nature, I would say too. I think a person could have those same values.
Why is it wrong? Who said?
Well, I mean, you could intellectualize it, or you could reduce it down to moral machinery. In some sense, there's some state of affairs in the world, right? The world is some way. And yeah, if the concept that is well-being is lessened, then it would be wrong, right? And that seems objective. It's kind of like saying if you don't have a steak on your dinner plate, you don't have a steak dinner.
Okay, but my well-being is increased. Like, let's just say, for the sake of example, that my well-being is increased by murder. Why shouldn't I do that? Like, this guy has a bunch of stuff. I want to murder him and take his stuff. My well-being is increased. On what basis can you say that's wrong?
I mean, I would reject the hypothetical. I would say I don't understand a world where
What if
that's
what if
true.
what if
Well,
what if
let him
I
finish. Let
what
him finish, Jacob.
No,
Sorry,
that was my main point. Is I would reject the hypothetical. I don't know. I can't imagine a world where someone just says, "I'm better off because I murdered someone."
Genghis Khan did that like literally his entire life.
I've got a
Who
better
did?
example. What if I'm homeless and I see a guy with a bean burrito and I really want his bean burrito and he won't give it to me, so I shank him and then take his bean burrito.
Why is it why Duck? I mean, that's a pretty valid hypothetical.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, maybe because I'm an atheist, or I would choose to be atheist toward that moral position, and I'd have to say I don't have an answer for it. Was it a cheese
Yeah.
burrito? Was it a California burrito? What are we talking?
Don't you think that's a problem?
No, the presence of complexity, the presence of, I mean, I was obviously a little tongue in cheek, but saying that there's complex situations, and then within that you can find clear-cut moral questions or moral guidance. That isn't a moral relativist position in any sense.
Can you say that last sentence again, please?
It's not a moral relativist position. So if you
What
you
is
have
not a moral? Sorry, I was looking at something else. What is not a moral relativist position?
Yeah, so complexity. So for example, a person who suffered from schizophrenia without medical treatment, or who has maybe a history of abuse, who murders someone for a burrito in a society. Okay, so there's a clear-cut moral question of murder, and there's also a complex question of social health, or social, how
But
we
why
help
should we
people in
consider all these
society.
factors? This just seems like ad hoc.
Yeah, it might be, but it also seems to refute this idea that atheists can't have moral grounding, because this has is not in respect to any supernatural being.
No, I mean, I'm still waiting to hear why murder is wrong.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
if
really
you
want that bean burrito.
Categorical or universal. You could just say, say every specific or particular case of murder is wrong because it's pertaining again to murder. So murder is wrong because it's murder, and it's not tautological because
So
we're
it
talking
just
about
is because you said so.
No, because instead of a category or universal, you're operating off a definition with the particular case. And so you can say, well, it's interesting or fascinating to explore the state of affairs in which it happened, but
Yeah, so you are a relativist. You don't believe anything. You just said it's interesting to study the nuances of what happened. Well, you can't actually tell me that it's wrong.
No, I think someone could just say murder is always wrong.
Why?
Right? I don't know that there's actually a case where. What do you mean? Why?
What? On what basis is it wrong in your view?
Because I don't
murder
think
is wrong because murder is wrong.
Because if I wanted to be really mean and nasty, I would say that Jeffrey Dahmer or a mentally ill person murdering someone is still just like ooh woo. It's just like ooh woo. It's still the same, like it's the same event that leads to a murder, right? Like that's what actually happened,
okay, so
right?
my question is, on what basis can you say murder is wrong? And you're talking to me about Jeffrey Dahmer and something ooh,
yeah.
woo?
Yes. Because that's what a cop would see. That is what, if Goggins or Andrew Bustamante or Jay Dyer, any of those guys, if they were a witness to that, they would see it. It's all murder. It's horrible.
Why?
I don't know.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. I don't know. That's all. Those were the main things I wanted to ask about the gospel.
If you don't know, that's a big problem for you, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I would say any ecology, any state of affairs. I don't know. That's all I had. I can't imagine a situation where murder is right? And I think it's fine to say definitionally any event that satisfies that definition of murder is wrong.
Why?
Probably for lots of reasons, right? Most likely for lots of reasons, and I don't think it's like an anything goes
definitions
space.
change, right? Definitions change, right? Something that's considered murder today might not be considered murder tomorrow.
I don't think it's that spurious. That's not really how language works.
No, but
Usually,
give it 100 years from now, and murder might mean something completely different, right? So if I kill a guy for a bean burrito in 100 years from now, that might not be considered murder by our definition.
Yeah, you could spend 10 years studying that, but I don't think that's a philosophical case. It's an interesting question, but it's not a philosophical case.
Are you an evolutionist?
Yeah, not a biologist, but I do. Yeah, I believe in macroevolution.
So do you believe the brain evolved for survival?
Well, the biggest one I was talking about recently was our social machinery evolved alongside our like endurance, our ability to like run 40 miles at a time. And so
I mean, it's a pretty
I
yes
think,
or no question, man. I'm sorry, like I don't mean to. I understand sometimes it means it needs an explanation, but like, so do you believe your brain evolved primarily for survival? Like, yes or no? And then if you feel like you need to explain, you can go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, then why do you think at all that your brain is capable of deducing objective truths?
Yeah, I mean, I would take my honest answer is I would take a more mystical approach personally. I think the fact that nature and animals could have housed sort of these sort of like moral sort of patterns or something like that, and then the fact that our brain can now theorize around these and socially communicate them, I do think that is just part of what the universe is like.
I'm asking epistemically, like, your brain was not evolved. It did not evolve, in your view, primarily for obtaining knowledge, for learning objective truths. It primarily evolved for survival. Yet you seem to assume that you can learn objective truths about reality, about human interactions, about physics, about science. Yet in your worldview, in the first place, your brain didn't even evolve primarily to do that kind of thing. Your brain evolved to survive. There are many instances where it could be that your perceptions or your reasoning are opposed to objective truths just because they help you survive. So how can you really know anything when your brain didn't even evolve to obtain objective truths about reality? It evolved just to survive.
Yeah, so like it wouldn't, because we human brains do a lot more. It's important to try and like map what a brain state would be to me. A brain state, it would be my ground, but also in the sense of what we can talk about in terms of brains evolving to survive. Like, I just, like I might go make like a little egg omelet or something after this. That really doesn't do that much to benefit me, right? I've got like some dirty socks on the floor in my room right now. That doesn't really benefit me. So humans do all kinds of irrational stuff that doesn't seem to be about survival. But that doesn't mean that the sort of sum total of our environment and things like this don't have some sort of like moral seeds in them. That would be my main sort of. I don't know.
Again,
I don't have a good answer.
I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that's responsive to my question, which is that if the brain evolved primarily for survival, that does not necessarily mean that your brain can deduce objective truths about reality. That's like an enormous epistemic problem.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the simple answer is that's not how to use science, and the second simplest answer is that's also not how to do philosophy.
So You disagree because that's not how you think I should. You don't like the questions that I'm asking, basically.
Yeah, because the questions themselves are wrong, which is difficult to do.
Why?
You still haven't told me why I shouldn't get that bean burrito.
That's a good point.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get that bean burrito.
Yeah. Hopefully you have some cash or something. No, I don't know, man. You are tiring my brain out a little bit with this. But what I would,
I think these are like some entry level questions. These are some entry level questions.
You're right.
Like,
yeah, they're very easy. Okay, so
like, it seems like you're disqualified at like the first step of epistemology. Like your brain is not meant to. It's not evolved to obtain objective truths. Like, I feel like you fail right out the gate.
Yeah, but you're talking about a supervening group in terms of like what a naturalist sort of worldview would say, meaning that we're talking about some bundle of genes. We're talking about the telos or the function that would be described.
You're talking about that.
Something
I asked you a question,
but
about
it's a
your brain.
description. It's not a natural description. Right. And so these little things, when you shave these off, we're saying, well, survival's never really talking about a brain specifically. And so that's important to sort of detangle before stepping into that conversation.
Yeah, how come every time I ask one of you guys a very straight up question, you guys have to give me like a huge lecture about like biology and how my question is not the right question? Why can't you just answer my question?
I wish I had a better answer for that, but I don't know.
Fair enough. Cool.
Take my advice and go to church. I don't care what church, go to church.
Honestly, good point, Jacob. Duck, I think you should find your local Orthodox parish. I would recommend like an OCA parish, and I think you should go check them out and go see the Divine Liturgy. There's a lot in Holy Orthodoxy that you're missing out on, man, and it answers a lot of these questions that we brought up tonight that you kind of struggled to answer.
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, and I was once saved by the living God and the God of all things, and so I will not reject your suggestion outright, and I appreciate it and take it in kind.
Fair enough. Thanks for calling in, Duck.
Thank you. Bye.
Man, I'm loving the chat. Your chat is literally the best people.
OCA. 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 Yeah.
They were making burrito jokes after I.
They're funny.
They're so hilarious.
Go to liturgy.
They keep telling me to go to liturgy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
I feel the love in those comments. I'm not bothered.
Yeah. Guys, if there's anybody in the chat that wants to call in, go ahead and call in. We don't have any more callers, so I might call it. If nobody calls in the next 2 minutes, I'm calling it.
I legit want a burrito now, though.
We got a caller. Somebody heard me. Lil Miles. What's up, Lil Miles?
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I actually discovered your channel recently with the essence energy distinction video that you did. Absolutely phenomenal breakdown. I've been struggling with that for a while, so I really, really appreciate that video a lot.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Keep doing things like that.
Thank you.
So with that last guy, it sounded like you were kind of getting towards like the tag argument. Is that correct?
I was working my way there, yeah. But again, like I haven't really used it that much, so I'm trying to be cautious about it because
no problem.
I don't want to mess it up.
I'm kind of learning it myself. I used to be an atheist, and I kind of came into the belief about a year ago, and I came into the tag argument, and I'm kind of I don't really understand it fully. Do you think I could kind of ask a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. I guess it kind of all kind of comes down to like let's say like logic needs a foundation, and I think the gap that I'm missing is why, because in the same way where I can look at the kinematic equations of motion that describe just physics, like if I throw a ball in a parabola, it'll always you doing that motion is just something I observe. and I've created
Are you
an
familiar
equation.
with David Hume?
I've heard of his name.
I mean, how do you know that it will always go in a parabola?
I've observed it. It's just what I've seen, and I've created that model.
Yeah, but just at this time in this place, you don't know that for all times and places everywhere that it will always go that way. It's a deduction based off of a small sample size.
It may go differently on Pluto, for example.
Right.
Well, I mean, I think what Miles is saying is that he can use like some equations to figure that out. But again, he doesn't actually know that because he has a limited. This is David Hume's critique. I'm not like trying to argue you. This is what David Hume would say. I think that's why, basically, he brought into question like all deductions everywhere for all time. Where he's like, no, you don't actually know that if you're holding a ball up like this and you drop it, that it will go to the ground every single time. It's just that's what you have deduced from a pattern in this like very small sample size. Like you don't actually know that.
Oh, like it's not guaranteed.
Yeah. So Bill Hicks is in the chat. So you have faith in the regularity of nature. So like I always recommend for atheism this essay on nihilism by Father Seraphim Rose. He on this page right here, he talks about like I'll just read it out because I think it's so powerful. It says that the first principles of any system of knowledge cannot be arrived at through the means of that knowledge itself. They must be given in advance. We have discussed in an earlier chapter universality of faith, seeing it as underlying all human activity and knowledge. And we have seen in that faith that if it is not to fall prey to subjective delusions, must be rooted in truth. Therefore, a legitimate and indeed unavoidable question is whether the first principles of the scientific faith, for example, coherence and uniformity of nature, which is what I'm getting at right now and what David Hume was getting at. So you have faith in coherence and uniformity of nature, in the trans-subjectivity of human knowledge, that it supersedes subjectivity, that the human brain is even evolved in a way to obtain accurate knowledge, the adequacy of reason to draw conclusions from observation. So again, deductions. Like these axioms, they are founded in absolute truth. And if they are not, then they're just unverifiable probabilities. And that's like in a few sentences, Father Seraphim Rose, basically summarizing David Hume's critique there. So when you say like, I throw a ball and I know it will go in a parabola, like you don't actually, without assuming all these principles first.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Alex, that's induction and not deductions. Have some grace with me, guys. Maybe I messed them up.
Okay. Okay. So I'm okay. So I okay. Sorry, I'm
so it's like so then it's like, where do all those first principles come from, right? Because we know that you can throw a ball and predict where it's going to be through an equation, right? We know you can, but like you need all these first principles first. Where do they come from? You need something to ground those first principles in.
All these first principles as in induction and laws of logic?
Yes. Yeah. Induction, laws of logic, the uniformity of nature, the trans-subjectivity of human knowledge. All these categories, they need to be grounded in something. Otherwise, you're just assuming all these things. Like, how do you know that your mind can actually house knowledge, right? Like, we kind of all know that, but like, on what basis? Like, why? And the Orthodox view is that like you need this formulation of God in the Trinity because every single other model of God has its own problems and is not consistent, right? So like, you kind of have to go through every single view to argue this. But that's like what Jay argues. He's like, you need this formulation of God in Orthodoxy in order for everything else to make sense.
So I might now be going down like a ridiculous path because maybe I just haven't thought about it. So I'm just going to ask the question a disclaimer. I know it's a ridiculous question.
That's fine.
Suppose I go and I say, maybe this it doesn't have any grounding and I can't assume uniformity, but at least within my area that I've observed, I might be able to, but maybe the universe isn't uniform. Like what if I start going down that path and I just accept it's not grounded in anything? There is no grounding for logic. There is no grounding for induction. What happens?
First of all, that itself is an absolute statement. So yeah, so you
Okay.
kind of can't avoid some sort of absolute truth. But yeah, this is what the second thing I was going to say in the chat, that you kind of go down like that's the whole premise of Father Seraphim Rose, is that if you go down that line of thinking, you will inevitably become a nihilist. That is the inevitable conclusion of this. And then, of course, your life is purposeless and there's no reason for you to like, you might as well just go down the path of self-deletion, you know, which is sad to say, but that is the inevitable conclusion. Then because you go down the path of like, well, this is my subjective experience. My subjective experience is overwhelmingly not good.
Mm-hmm.
The bad overwhelmingly outweighs the good. Therefore, logically, if there is nothing else to it, then self-deletion.
Okay. I see.
So
Okay.
yeah, I very, very highly recommend this because he makes like transcendental arguments, but in like very plain language.
Lovely. Okay, that's exactly what I need. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, great. Thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate your time.
Good. I'm glad I could help, man. Thanks for
Of
calling
course.
in.
God bless. See you.
Yep. That's good. We're talking about atheism tonight. I didn't even think we were going to talk about atheism.
Man, it's been a good night.
Yeah, for sure. Productive calls.
Thanks for letting me stay on. It was really, it was helpful.
But are you getting off?
I could stick around after if you want me to. Otherwise,
well, we have another caller, Tim C. Says, I have a relevant topic. Bet. Tim C, what's up?
Buonasera.
Buonasera. How are you? Are you Romanian?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Buonasera. Good to have you here, man.
Yeah, good to see. I've been watching your videos and stuff, so I like your channel.
Thank you.
So the thing that I wanted to bring up, there's a few subjects that I could ask about, but do you have a response to the logical problem of evil?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it? You wanna?
Yeah, I do have a response for it.
And that's it. We could just call it there, I guess.
I mean, they answered your question.
Right.
I think the Orthodox view is the best view when it comes to the problem of evil. Just believe it's a privation and it's necessary to have evil in order to have freedom of the will.
Right. Okay. So that's the way that discussion usually goes when I've brought it up. And then like I've heard it doesn't have its own ontology and all that's fine. The part that I was gonna say that I usually hit a snag that I find pretty convincing when atheists bring it up, and I wanted to see what you had to say about it. Or it's partially something that I've thought about even prior to being aware of the arguments, but do you think that on the explanation you just gave that it makes evil necessary?
No, because you can choose between multiple goods.
But when you say that evil occurred, presumably evil was allowed to occur to achieve a greater good, correct?
Evil is just a deviation of the will from the things that are good.
Okay, so yeah, the privation. But like, for example, when Adam and Eve sinned in the garden, did that allow for a greater good on your view? I'm kind of steel manning their argument, if you don't mind. Like, I don't necessarily.
No, that's fine. I just haven't really thought about it before. I feel like I have to take you through my thought process. The term greater good is odd because God doesn't want us to deviate from his will. God wants us to abide by his will. That is the greatest good.
So like redemption, like without the fall, you wouldn't have redemption, Christ coming to earth, dying for all of humanity.
Christ would have come to earth anyway.
Right, but his sacrifice on the cross, I've heard some, and I don't know if you would agree with this, so you don't have to, but the idea that Christ, like his redemptive work, could only have occurred had the fall occurred, which I don't know if you see the entailment already or what I'm getting at is obvious. But what I'm saying is that if the death on the cross was the greatest possible good, then that could have only occurred with the fall of Adam and sin occurring. And
This might
not
sound
only
like a
that,
cop out, but I just don't like that wording. It's just not how the
well,
fathers talk.
that's the you mean of it being necessary specifically, or
Look,
that's
the
the part you
greatest
don't like,
possible.
or-
What we're supposed to do is obey God and listen to God. Yeah. So Father Stephen says sin is just a road bump in the overall greater good. Not an exact quote. Like, I mean, yes, it is obviously a greater good than any of us could do what Christ did for us. In coming to in the incarnation and elevating human nature, I think he would have done that anyway, regardless of the fall. I don't know if it would have been by the same means. Hold on, I don't know if it would have been by the same means of his death on the cross. But I mean, we believe that the incarnation would have happened anyway. Christ would have elevated human nature through theosis. But Jacob, were you going to say something?
I was fixing to say the same thing you did, because actually I agree with you on the issue of theosis.
If he's not going to say anything, when you said you didn't like that,
you can't hear Jacob. I guess he was.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, so
I'll
tell you when he's done. Jacob, go ahead and finish your thought.
What I was saying was that I was just going to say what Alex just said, because I actually agree with the Orthodox on the issue of theosis. And so I think theosis is redemption, even if the cross didn't happen. Jesus uniting to humanity would have been its own form of redemption. It just wouldn't have been, the cross wouldn't have been necessary, because death wouldn't have existed in the same way.
Yeah. So Tim, he kind of reiterated what I said, but he said that the cross wouldn't have been necessary if the fall never happened, because there'd be no reason for him to defeat death, because death isn't the thing.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. That's kind of part of the objection. Obviously I understand.
Yeah, I don't understand what the objection is, that death had to come into the world.
Well, I'm saying that in order for redemption to occur, if you believe that Christ's work on the cross was the greatest possible outcome, the greatest possible good, which many Christians believe, that would have only been possible through the fall of Adam. With the fall of Adam, had Adam not fallen, then there would have been no need for Christ's redemptive work and all that. So, I mean, maybe if you don't understand the argument, I can slightly pivot to a different one. It's fine, but that's one that's bothered me for a while. I think other people tend to have.
I mean, why does it bother you?
Well, because because if God created a world where evil is necessary to achieve the highest good, then that means that's the way he created.
Who's saying it's necessary?
Well, I mean, if you just don't hold to the idea,
I might have said it's necessary. If I said that, then I misspoke.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't say that. What I'm saying is that if you hold the idea that Christ's death on the cross was the greatest possible good, then you have to believe that the fall was necessary. Therefore, it's not necessarily, strictly speaking, evil, because it allowed for the greatest. It was necessary. So if it's necessary, how could it be evil? That's the argument.
I mean, it's necessary because death entered the world in the first place.
Right, and what I'm saying, if you
chat, I also suspected this. Did you come from a Calvinist background?
No, actually, not really. I mean, Baptist, but like,
it just seems like you're approaching creation like, it seems you're approaching it from a determinist perspective.
Well, I understand. I mean,
this is just a suspicion.
It's not so much that I hold to, because like I understand the objections against it, but that's kind of why I've thought about it a lot, and I feel like these objections aren't really like thoroughly dealt with. I'm not saying I agree with the Calvinist perspective, because I actually don't, and I see like, how can you have a just God? And recently I've seen your streams on that, and I tend to agree, even with like Leighton Flowers, for example. I like his channel. From the Christian perspective, I don't understand how you can have the belief that God is just or righteous. That's a whole different thing. But like, and also hold to the Calvinist view. But that's like a separate argument, because I just feel like what I'm making is a slightly different argument. Maybe you don't quite understand what I'm saying. That's fine. But I was gonna slightly pivot to the idea.
It is 1:49 a.m. I'm doing my best, man. But I mean,
it's okay.
Are you saying God made the fall happen?
No, the criticism is that he created a world such that it was necessary for the fall to occur in order for the greatest possible good. If you believe in God's omni
So
properties,
you are saying that God made the fall happen? Say he created a world in which it was necessary to occur.
He's like he created all the necessary
do not believe
conditions. Well, I mean, you could just assert that, but I'm more attacking like the entailments that I feel like are unavoidable. Not that you like directly hold to that.
Like upstream, I'm saying that upstream you have a problem because we don't think that God made the fall happen. We think that's like almost borderline blasphemous. That was the will of man that had the fall happen.
Wait, I'm not saying if you're thinking that
I'm not saying you're a blasphemer.
No, I'm not getting offended.
Yeah. You said that God made a world where it was a necessary condition for the fall to happen. Ergo, God is the direct cause of the fall. We do not believe.
Do you believe that an all-powerful, all-good being would necessarily yield the best possible world? That's really the question. And I thought that would have been assumed. But if you believe in a God who holds to all three triomni properties, that's part of the LPOE, and that's why I kind of brought it up, because
the Bible says God made everything very good.
I mean, I don't know. Do Orthodox actually hold to the triomni properties?
Of course.
Okay, but then I don't understand how that was a response then, that he made everything
what do you mean?
good.
Paul says that
I asked if you think that because God is all powerful and all good, do you believe that the necessary outcome of the world that he created could only be the best possible world?
Sorry, restate the question. I got distracted.
The ultimate end of his creation has to be the best possible world.
Yes, the eschaton is the best possible world.
Okay. So do you believe there are other possibilities in that other outcomes that could occur, or do you believe that's the only possible outcome?
We are making our way to the eschaton, whether we like it or not.
I'm not sure that really answered the question, but if you believe the eschaton is the only possible, the world that we currently live in is the only possible world, then what I'm saying is, in this world, if this is the best possible world, evil had to occur. And that's the world that God and the reality that God created.
It didn't have to occur.
But
if I may interject, Paul says
Jacob wants to say something.
Okay.
If I may interject, Paul says, and Alex, you could tell me where he says this. He says that every creation of God is good. Paul says this. Every creature of God is good.
Jacob just pointed out that Paul says that every creation of God is good.
Okay. I'm not really sure how that's like a response to the criticism, but that's fine.
That's what he said.
Yeah, okay, I hear you. All I'm saying is that, like, it seems like what you're saying is there's only one possible outcome that could possibly occur. And what I'm saying is,
I'm saying we are moving toward the eschaton. Between now and then, there are many possible.
But you're saying it could have been otherwise, or it could have just as easily been otherwise. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because we also do things.
No, but I'm saying, like, Adam and Eve could have just not sinned. We could have just never have had sin.
Yes. We do things too. Humans also have a will.
So you're saying Adam and Eve could have just not sinned, and that could have been the world that we existed in, and that's it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
we also do things.
I'm not sure what's that supposed to mean. That
it sounds like you're saying that we have no agency or something, like we are inevitably moving towards this one world, this one best possible world. Okay, yeah, but between now and then, there are a lot of things that happen, and we have agency over those things.
When I say possible world, I just mean the world that we currently live in. I'm saying there's not like another possible world. When I say possible world, I don't mean a future possible world. I mean the current reality that we live. I'm using it in that sense. Do you understand what I'm saying?
This is currently not the ideal reality. No, this is a broken reality.
I guess the way that maybe we're equivocating, but all I'm saying is that the world that we currently live in, it seems like this is the only possible world that could have occurred. If you're a Christian, it seems like it's necessarily entailed from the stories that are like this. I've always kind of intuitively understood that to be true. And so this is why it's
Yeah.
such a snag. It's a snag for, well, if you agree with that, but then that's where the problem arises because.
Well, I mean, we have a disagreement because, I mean, we believe that Adam and Eve could just not have sinned, and then that could be our possible.
Maybe I'm just being too long-winded. Maybe I just got to say this. If God created a world where sin is necessary, you can't call it undesirable. You cannot call it like not good, because it's necessary for free will. It's necessary for choice. If we didn't have free will in that sense, I mean, like that's the argument people always give too. They always say like, oh, well, they had to have the choice to either eat or not eat of the fruit because that's how they have free will. But it's like, wait a minute, then the reality that was created was inherently like you have to choose the good or evil.
We have a disagreement on what free will means. What do you think? If I could summarize this, do you think free will means making choices?
I mean, yeah, you can say in a sense that's what it means, I guess. Yeah.
Are you familiar with Saint Maximus's discussions about the will following like into the Sixth Ecumenical Council?
I haven't read. I've read some of Saint Maximus, but
I have found the root of our problem. You need to read Saint Maximus and his disputations with Pyrrhus.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Have you read his disputations with Pyrrhus?
Not the whole thing, but like, yeah,
okay,
I started reading it. Yeah.
What does he say about the human will? It is from human nature. It's a faculty of nature, right?
Okay.
Okay. What happened to our will after the fall?
It was affected by the noetic effects of sin.
It was clouded. Yes, it was clouded. Mm-hmm. And then what is our will like now after the fall?
Clouded.
Well, what does he say? There's like an effect from it. Do you know what it is? It's fine.
The noetic effect?
You have the gnomic will. The gnomic will.
Oh, the gnomic will.
Yes, the gnomic will. So what's the difference between the will as a faculty of human nature versus the gnomic will?
The will as a faculty of human nature versus the gnomic will.
Yes.
I've heard this argument, but it's escaping me now.
So prior to the fall, we were able to obey our human will without this clouding. We knew the human will is oriented towards good always. Before the fall, we just followed our will. After the fall, it became clouded, and we need to use rationality to decide between good and evil. We need to come up with reasons, right? We have knowledge of both good and evil. We have to come up with reasons for like, why should I do good things, and reasons for why should I do bad things.
Okay.
So when I am saying free will, our will was truly free prior to the fall, where we don't have to use reason and rationality in order to do good things. You are using the term free will in the sense of gnomic will, which is not actually a free will. That is actually a will in bondage.
The fact that we have to use rationality, and you're saying that's the gnomic will. Okay, yeah. So you're saying, I mean, okay, so you're,
So I think there's
I'm
also
not really
this, like a fundamental like difference on how we're defining will.
Yeah, I think there may be just a difference. I mean, I don't mean like libertarian free will for one thing. Like, I'm not necessarily saying.
I'm just talking about Saint Maximus here.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, do you think that resolves the problem? I'm saying, I guess, I mean, because I was talking about how, like, my problem specifically was how the evil seems to be sort of unavoidable in the world that was created. I'm not sure if you understand. It seems
you're just saying it seems to be that way.
Well, because of all the like maybe if you're not aware of the arguments, that's fine. But what I've often
make
heard,
me aware of the arguments.
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, all I was saying was that a lot of, I've heard Orthodox and Catholics and Protestants say that because of evil entering the world and Christ coming to redeem it, that's like the greatest possible outcome. But it seems
in
like
those circumstances,
under those circumstances, okay. So, but you're saying it could have just easily have been not that also, right?
Yes,
So,
of course.
yeah. Okay. I mean, maybe
I don't think there's a dilemma there.
like there's no contradiction. There's no
I mean,
problem
where
with
is it?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying there's a contradiction. I just
I mean, if there is, let me know. So I don't want to have contradictions in my worldview.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll have to think about it a little more then. Maybe I mean perhaps
Matheos says that he has something relevant to the topic to share. Matheos, what's going on, man?
Oh, what's up, dude? I just want to make sure, like, I'm still manning it. You say he has all the omnipotent properties, like you believe in all the omnipotent properties.
Are you asking me or is he asking?
Yeah, you, the dude who had the prior question.
Tim C.
Oh yes, yeah. I would say yeah.
Okay, then would he also
property.
be aware of all of the outcomes, regardless of what the outcome was?
Could you repeat that?
So if he's aware of all the possible outcomes, and he understands that the chance of humanity's fall would be a possibility, but that's not predetermined. We don't believe in predeterminism. So then
right. Like, so foreknowledge does not equate to predestination, like many people conflate or whatever, right? Yeah, I'm
right. So
fine
then
with that.
creation itself would be the greatest good, and then the death on the cross would be a secondary great. Like, it would also be good, but it wouldn't be the ultimate good. The ultimate good being God giving us the chance to serve him.
I'm saying if you were to view reality as only, I guess maybe this is where the difference is that like reality could have only occurred one way. That's the way that I'm viewing it. Maybe that's where really the difference lies. Like I don't think I'm willing to accept the idea that, oh, it could have easily happened this way, it could have happened that way. I believe what happened was meant to happen because I see like cause and effect as that's I think that's where our disconnect is, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Well, if you didn't have free will, would it be true love? Like if I forced you into
kind of what it boils down to.
Well,
like
I mean, go ahead.
Is it? Would you have true love if you didn't have free will, Tim?
Well, I mean, you don't have to convince me of this part, because I mean, like, I'm not a Calvinist. I understand what you're saying.
Fair enough.
So all of the actions of the humans would be a secondary cause, but God would still be able to know all of the other outcomes.
Yeah. That's why I kept saying we do things too.
Also, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's also a patristic perspective that the no to the tree of good and evil was not an eternal no, but it was a matter of maturity.
It says in Revelation that we get to eat from the tree of that has the fruit of eternal life. So yeah, I agree. It's not an eternal no.
It was a no because they weren't mature. They hadn't reached the level.
Yeah.
And then they went ahead and ate it anyways. And
you're talking about the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
It eventually would have been permitted to eat from it.
So like,
they jumped the gun.
So here. Let me just summarize it with this, and I'll let it go because I feel like I've been on too long. But
no, you're good, dude.
Like, let me ask it this way: like, if you were to say something like, let's say God had not created, just a hypothetical, God had not created the tree, would they still have had free will?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So why create the tree then?
Well, you got to think, it's like, did God create Satan that he may fall from grace as well? Because Satan was originally good.
I don't know. Did he?
God created and it was good. But for good to love God, for the outcome, for the creation to truly love God, they would also need free will.
But like, I mean,
you should have you read Saint Irenaeus on the apostolic preaching?
No, I should.
He addresses like this very issue.
Wait, Alex, do you think that if he hadn't created the tree, that would still be free will?
I mean, you're asking me to speculate about things that are not.
Well, he said yes, so I was wondering if you agree with that.
Yes, I do agree.
Oh wait, I thought you're Oh wait, so you're not speculating. You just agree that. Okay. Wait,
I mean, it
confused.
is speculative. Your question is speculative. If this had not happened, then do you think this would have happened? It's like, I don't know.
I mean, presumably,
But
that's the point of the story, because if he has the tree,
the
that's the
greatest
whole point of
outcome.
again, if you like read Saint Irenaeus on the Apostolic Preaching, they'll explain that like the intention was for Adam and Eve eventually to partake. Like Jacob pointed out, the idea is for they would eventually partake in the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but they were not mature enough yet.
Wait, so let me get this straight. You're saying he would have free will without the tree, but he put the tree there anyway for presumably like what, I don't know what the reason is then, because my understanding of the tree is just like so they could choose either to love God and choose to obey him or to choose to disobey him. And I thought that was the whole point. And then so it kind of brings into question, like, well, what's the point of the tree?
That's not the point. The point is they were going to eventually partake from the tree. God gave them a command, a fast. Basically,
this almost sounds like a blunder almost. Which
Think about it this way.
Sure.
For those of you who have children, there are things that your children will eventually be able to partake of that you do not want them to partake of now.
It's a good point. He says there are things that eventually
I actually can hear people now. I don't know.
Oh, all right, bet. Good. Yeah. So you heard him.
But I mean, just the only problem is that when you have a being with the omnipotence, omnibenevolence, analogies don't really work. I mean,
why?
Okay, so if he's all those omnis,
wait. You don't understand. Wait,
all
what?
the outcomes.
There are a lot of things that God foreknows that never happen.
No, but you're so so you're just not willing to speculate about the story, I guess. That's maybe if you're not willing to speculate about the story,
like you're not willing to accept the answer. It's like
no, but he said he said he didn't want to speculate. What was the answer that I didn't want to accept?
I gave you an answer. I said whether the tree is there or not, there's free will. But I think you also have a false premise for the reason why the tree is there.
No, but then what's the point of the tree? Couldn't he have just put the tree
I told
there?
you what the point of the tree is. The tree is they were going to partake of it after a certain level of maturity.
Right,
this is the patristic teaching.
but unfortunately, God put it there too early.
God did not put it there too early. Saint Irenaeus says that the tree was there so that, and man had that command to not eat from the tree, so that although he was Lord of everything over all the earth, man would remember that he still has a Lord above him.
But do you understand how this sounds like a mistake? Like you don't understand how this sounds like a mistake?
The only way it sounds like a mistake is if you are unfamiliar with the patristic teaching.
No, if at least
you do not know the patristic teaching.
All right, that's fine. At least, I mean, I'm fine. I'll read Saint Irenaeus. But
on the Apostolic Preaching.
I think I have.
Where is the dilemma?
No, but what I'm saying is that if I thought the purpose of the tree was to serve the idea of like allowing for the possibility of either choosing to obey God or not. Do you understand why that might be compelling to some people? Do you understand why that
is not the patristic teaching?
So the tree, so that's okay. So you're
operating off of false premises.
All right. Okay. Well, if you don't hold to that, then maybe this objection doesn't apply to you. I don't know.
Sure.
All right. Well, thanks anyway.
Bye.
But thanks for calling in.
All right. Thanks for letting me on. I just wanted to talk to him. I really like the analogy that both you and Jacob both made, where it's an example of a fast. I thought that was a really smart one. And then how when your parents have something out for their children and it's just not time for them to partake of it yet. Like say I got candies for my kids. It's like you can have it after dinner. You can't have it before dinner. I really like both those. All right. God bless.
Yeah, thanks, Matthias. Good points. Silver says he has a bunch of false premises. I mean, I think that's kind of what it boiled down to. Yeah, he had a bunch of false premises. Dude, I am behind on the super chat. Sorry, guys. $2 super chat from JB Peltier. This is when we were talking to Duck. He said, does he believe that Alexander the Great existed? Yeah, I remember he was objecting to the historicity of the Gospels, even though Luke is like, I mean, I think they're all written clearly to be like a historical account. But Luke in particular is like, he's going out of his way to say that it's a historical account. Andre earlier said, my moral grounding is certain things that are not that awesome. Yeah, he kind of blundered. I feel like he was just asking to be converted. Again, for Duck, JB Peltier said, we live in a society. Open your freaking ears, Alex. I know. How do I not know that? How do I not know that we live in a society? Why? Probably for reasons. I think this is literally a quote from that. I think that's why he probably has the quote. Thank you for the donations, Peltier. I appreciate that. Average Redhead, $5. Thank you. If it makes you feel better, everyone makes the same faces you did when they get sucked into Duck's psychobabble. I'm like, dude, I asked a pretty direct question. Like, I don't really know what he's talking about. God's will hasn't been fully actualized yet, Timmy. Yeah. Shocker. We do things too. It's simple, but we do things too. The possibility for sin does not equal sin. Yeah. These are good points that Peltier is making. So, Tom C., if you're still in the chat, you should be listening to these. God did not will to make men equal to himself in perfection out of the box. It seems he's struggling with how something can be lesser than God, but still good. Yeah. Yeah. Among other false premises as well. But that's, I think, one of the root problems there. Thank you for the donations, Peltier. You are the man. Thank you. Sleeve 6, $10. Thank you very much. God bless you and your patience. I was predestined to click SC because it was there after all. If it wasn't, I would still want to, and my free will could never have been demonstrated in reality. Yeah. Predestined to click to SC. Last one from April Moon. Oh, this is the Romanian currency. Thank you very much. 25 RON. I appreciate that. My Romanian brothers and sisters. I love listening to these streams when I start my workday. Yeah. Well, what time is it in Romania right now? 9? The 9 a.m. right now in Romania? Something like that. Thank you for the super chats, guys.
It's just now 1:11 where I am. I'm in Central Time.
I'm EST. So
Yeah.
let's do a collective eagle for the super chats and an applause.
Oh, and I just want to note one thing. I am sick, and so I'm not running on full steam right now, and the chat was still eating it up.
Yes. But all right. Well, thank you for calling in, Jacob. That will be the end of the callers tonight. You should go check out an Orthodox parish, man.
I will when I get a chance.
But
if I can find one close enough.
For sure. All right. Thank you. You have Sleeve 6. Jacob is the GOAT. Yeah. Full steam. Jacob is a force. Indeed, he was. Yes. I was born in Romania to a Christian family. Super chats breed typos. Yeah. What is that, by the way? I don't know why it is that way. It's crazy. Yeah. Do you know the Ortho channel, Garrett Berenger? He gave us 2 strikes for translating his video on our channel. I do not know that guy, but maybe I'm missing something in the Ortho English community. We also use your videos. Please use my videos. Please. The helpful parts. Of course, I think you guys kind of know what those are. Sifting through. But yeah. Okay. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. I appreciate it. What's your favorite book on the bookshelf behind you? Pruh. Do I have to say I think I might have to say the Bible. But after that, Saint Dumitru Staniloae, or for my Romanian brothers and sisters, Dumitru Staniloae is probably, that's like the Mercedes-Benz of theology. Saint Dumitru Staniloae. Everything Father Seraphim Rose has written has had a huge impact on my life. I got really into Saint Cyprian for a while. He's really useful because he's also like pre-Nicene. It's hard to say my favorite book, man, because I like them in different ways. The Errors of the Latins 2-volume set. It's hard to say. I feel like I have a story. Oh, the 8th Ecumenical Council book from Father Peter Heers. So I said the first time Sfântul Dumitru Staniloae, the Saint Confessor Saint Dumitru Staniloae. Yeah. Cool. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. Plug the next debate. Ah, yes. With the other Paul. March 27th. We have a date certain. March 27th. March 27th at 8 p.m. is my debate with the other Paul on whether iconodulia is apostolic. It will be hosted by Justin Menard at the Transfigured Life YouTube channel. The topic will be whether iconodulia is apostolic. So I think I have a unique angle that is also orthodox. So guys, thanks again for all the super chats. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to the channel. Thank you for getting me past 10K subscribers. That was huge. I never thought I would get here. Or at least it would take a lot longer. So I appreciate everyone subscribing, calling in, and for all the donations. They are crazy. You guys are gonna kill me one day with all the super chats. Great stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Blessed Lent, guys. Good luck. Blessed fast. Take care. Love you all.